What is up, everybody, and good morning and happy Valentine's Day, February the 14th of 2026, Saturday. I am co-host number 1 of Forbidden Podcast here on FioriousNation on YouTube, Nick Fiore, creator of FioriousNation. Next to be on my right, co-host number 2 of Forbidden Podcast to FioriousNation here on YouTube, Adam Carl. And yes, wearing a CM Punk shirt. By the way, in my Yankee cap hat on this fine Valentine's Day 2026. Happy Valentine's Day to those who are celebrating today, Valentine's Day. Hope you guys are doing something well for your loved ones, whoever your Valentines are, stuff like that. And Adam Carl, how are we doing today?
Fantastic. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Men,
Yes.
women, and if you have children as well, hold your kids and wish them love.
Yeah,
Give them the happiest of gifts and presents.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to love your family, your kids, your wives, your girlfriends, or
grandkids.
I even say your grandparents, like
grandparents.
Yeah, family, friends. You want to love, like you. You want to love them often, most times than not. But with Valentine's Day today, one of the days of the year especially that you should really care and love for your loved ones. Happy Valentine's Day to those today, and celebrating your loved ones today and stuff like that. But we got episode number 12 of Forbidden Podcast here on the podcast on YouTube for FioriousNation. We got quite some stuff to talk about here, bro. We got Dave Meltzer talk. When you hear this momentarily, we're going to get into it shortly. When you hear us talk about Dave Meltzer, man, talk about a lying fraud, a clown. I swear to God. But we're going to get into it in a little bit.
There's going to be a lot of talk about him.
Oh, hell yeah. We got Dave Meltzer talk. We got Bron Breakker talk. Apparently, he has an injured hernia. What this means for him in WrestleMania, stuff like that. We got other stuff to talk about, too. We got and we might as well talk about it in a little bit first off. But before we get into that, about the Observer, if you even want to take it seriously at this point, it's a laughing stock at this point. The Observer award, the W Wrestling Observer Newsletter Awards for 2025 came out yesterday, and I swear to God, dude, it is absolutely fucking laughable. I don't know how you take them seriously in 2026 after what we read to you momentarily. I tell you,
they are the laughing stock of the business.
You think?
Yeah.
And we also got talk on Bianca Belair, where she stands for WrestleMania, Chelsea Green, and her apparent ankle injury. How serious is it? We got also news on WrestleMania 42, their ticket sale issues and ticket selling problems, and them having a meeting regarding the ticket sale prices, and also with the watch parties, Vegas not allowing certain people in Vegas to do the watch long things because they're trying to sell tickets and stuff like that. And also discussion of Triple H facing internal criticism for the constant changing of WrestleMania 42 plans, etc., etc. Chris Jericho, Swerve Strickland commenting on Chris Jericho's future. Chris Statlander, we'll talk about Chris Statlander as well. And Bad Bunny. Also, apparently Bad Bunny is expected to be back in WWE soon. Will he be at WrestleMania? We're going to give our opinions on that, and so much more to talk about. This week's highlights on Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and AEW Dynamite, and so much more. We got a bunch to talk about. AJ Styles and in WWE and that kind of stuff. We got a lot to talk about today, but before we begin, first things first, hit the like on the video. It would help a lot in the YouTube algorithm, and it would help the channel. So go and like the video. Subscribe to FioriousNation. We are at 249 not 200. Yeah. Sorry. I don't know why I'm just a little tired. I know it's early, 8 a.m., but 249 subscribers currently at. I would love to hit the goal of at least 250 by the end of this month. I was pulling for the end of January, but I was close. End of February, new hitting goal. I would love to hit at least 250 subscribers by the end of this month. So go subscribe to Fiorious Nation. It would be greatly appreciated, and hit the bell for all notifications while you're at it as well. It would help a lot for the channel, and it would help a lot regarding the YouTube algorithm. So go and do that. X at FioriNick579. Instagram Nicholas Fiore 2014. Facebook Nicholas Fiore 31, and TikTok at FioriousNation. And as you see on the bottom right, Adam Carl at Adam Carl 2005 over on X. Go follow him on X. Go follow me on X as well. And also, yes, as you see this video starting here live at around 8 a.m. in the morning, not 8 p.m., unless it's like a WWE PLE early in the day or something like that internationally, unless it's that. Or if there's just something going on a Saturday that I can't do the Forbidden Podcast, we work around like maybe a Friday, Thursday, but it would probably be somewhere in the next month. So we can accommodate, and I can let you guys know in advance if there's a certain episode of Forbidden Podcast that takes place not on a Saturday because of a certain circumstance, but whenever that comes. So if there's ever an episode that doesn't happen on Saturday, happens 1 or 2 days before a Saturday because of a circumstance, Saturday can't do this podcast on a Saturday, that there's an episode that happens, I will certainly let you guys know. Also, before we begin, future guests here on this show as well. Trying to get one guy for somewhere in the next month. So hopefully things work out on that, and I'll let you guys know on that. So look out for that if that comes to be. And we might as well start hour one. I guess at the fuck. I guess. Anyways, we might as well start with episode 12 with Dave Meltzer and the Observer newsletter, and him being called out and him being just a fucking fraud, man. Jesus Christ. We got the Wrestling Observer newsletter. I mean, if you ever want to take it seriously at this point, I mean, I don't know who takes Meltzer as a source seriously anymore now in 2026. The guy has no credibility as far as I'm concerned, honestly. Like a clear-cut paid Tony Khan AEW show, you do know he always criticizes WWE, but he never criticizes AEW. If you're going to criticize WWE, you have to do the same thing with AEW. You can't just be biased. I mean, WWE, I know they have their own problems, but AEW being a lot worse. But I mean, come on. I mean, I understand criticizing WWE because the past year they played it safe, but to not criticize AEW and show blatant favoritism, that I don't like that. And when you hear the Observer Newsletter Awards, you're gonna fucking laugh at this. And I'm actually gonna pull this up right here.
The full awards. Every award
have like show of the year, worst commentator of the year, etc., etc. When we read you this, we're telling you right now, guys, you're gonna fucking laugh. Like, honestly, do we laugh or do we cry at this point? Is literally what I want to ask.
It's a comedy hour with these awards. It's comedy hour. Like when you read the best of this, best that, or worst this, or worst that.
So I can pull this up here. Here we go. So this is the Observer Newsletter Awards. So right here, if I can find the beginning of here we go. Whichever one. So this is if I can find it. Here we go. So if I can find the first one, I'll start with the first Wrestling Observer Newsletter, and you're gonna laugh at this. Listen to this. Wrestling Observer Newsletter 2025 Promotion of the Year. One is CMLL. 2 is AEW. 3 is Stardom. 4 is WWE. And 5 is New Japan Pro Wrestling. Yeah. About that. First of all, AEW in the top 2 promotion of the year. Are you fucking kidding me? When AEW had their worst creative year ever last year, and they're in the top 2, and but Dave Meltzer isn't a Tony Khan shell. He's not an AEW shell.
Oh my God.
This here says otherwise. It feels like AEW sickos voted on this shit.
Literally. I mean, no disrespect to CMLL. I think they had a good year last year. There was, tons of sellouts that they had in Arena Mexico, which was, I think, a record for a wrestling promotion. Selling out the same arena every week. So, I mean, no disrespect to them. But AEW in number 2, when they had their worst year creative, like not only their worst year creatively, but as well, attendance-wise, ratings-wise, they were in the absolute gutter. They literally had to run in smaller arenas. Now, we don't hate smaller arenas. I think those venues that they've been in, they look glorious, and they make them feel unique. But having to run these smaller venues because you can't sell out your big arenas for your TV shows anymore.
Yeah, ouch.
It's absolutely pathetic.
Yeah, that's
like they went for example, you have Forbidden Door in the O2 arena. They have like 18,000 in the arena, or 17,000. To go from that, and then the next episode of Dynamite is in the ECW arena filled with 900 people.
Yeah,
like how does that make sense?
It doesn't, bro. And then we got the WON Best Weekly TV Show. Number 1 is 5 is SmackDown. It was the worst show last year. Raw was 4, 5 was SmackDown. 3 was AEW Collision. 2 was CMLL Super Weirdness, and 1 was AEW Dynamite. What?
I think you're reading 2024.
No, it's 2025. No, it's 2025.
No, Raw wasn't even in the top 5.
No, this was in the top 5. Right here, this is 2025. It says
this is a best show or worst show?
Best weekly show.
Oh, I thought you read the worst.
No, best weekly show. Come on, bro.
Dave Meltzer is so bad that I couldn't even understand.
So WON 2025 Best Weekly TV Show. 1 is Dynamite. 3 is Collision. First of all, how is Collision in the top 3 or even in this top 5? How the fuck is it in this list, Dave? Huh?
Raw at number 4?
And SmackDown in the top 5? It was the worst show last year, in my opinion.
Bro.
And Dynamite number 1?
Bro. Yes.
You gotta be fucking kidding
because
me.
20-minute banger matches. Yeah, every match being 20 minutes on Dynamite. Yeah, that makes it the best show.
And then we also have the other WON. You're gonna love this, bro.
Oh, wait,
and listen to this, guys.
Well, before you read it, how is CMLL number 2? Like, was NXT not considered for top 5?
I would honestly put them in the top 5. Honestly, I don't know why Collision's in there.
Literally.
Or SmackDown in there for
I didn't even know CMLL had a weekly show.
WON 2025 Feud of the Year. 5 is CM Punk, Seth Rollins. 4 is Tony Storm and Mariah May, now Blake Monroe in NXT. 3 is Mystico in MJF. 2 is Saya Kamitani versus Tam Nakano. And then 20 Dave Meltzer votes for 2025 WON Feud of the Year. Number 1, Adam Page versus Jon Moxley.
What a fucking
Dave,
joke.
John Moxley and Adam Page feud of the year last year.
Oh my, what a joke. Look, I love Hangman. I love Mox.
You
Feud of
gotta
the
be
year,
kidding
this
me.
was not.
Dude, Death Rider's angle was horrible last year.
Literally, it
John
was
Moxley held the title and a goddamn briefcase, the AEW World title. And this was feud of the year last year.
Feud of the year, yes. Yeah, feud of the year, yeah. See John Moxley having to win matches because Wheeler fucking useless keeps interfering in main event matches. Yeah, that's the feud of the year. My God. And this wasn't even supposed to have been Hangman's feud. This wasn't even supposed to have been his match at All in Texas.
Man.
Yeah, and we saw how well his title reign went after All In. Being the fifth most important guy on the show.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable, bro, how laughable these awards are and how it's so blatant favoritism with Dave Meltzer and
Tony Storm versus Mariah. Like, bro, Tony Storm and Mariah May was a 2024 feud. How did this make 2025?
I don't know. Ask the Observer. I mean, this this is blatant, obvious favoritism with Dave Meltzer and AEW. It feels
like you can't even do basic math right.
No, it feels like this is all paid off by Tony Khan, and Dave Meltzer has, like, heaven forbid, Dave Meltzer says anything critical about AEW, or else Tony Khan will send him to Guantanamo Bay and will blacklist him like blackballing like Chris Benoit. God forbid Dave Meltzer criticizes anything AEW, and Tony Khan gets his feelings hurt so easily. Heaven forbid. Right? We then get the most overrated. Listen to this. 5 is Seth Rollins. 4 is Evil. 3 is Jade Cargill. 2 is CM Punk. And 1 is Jey Uso. Now, Jey Uso I have to agree with.
Well, excuse me.
I know. Yeah, and he gets up because he even is embarrassed by this list. CM Punk, number 2 most overrated? Really? CM Punk the most overrated? Dave, I beg to differ there because CM Punk was, I don't know, having a story last year with Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, John Cena, Gunther. He had a good match with Gunther last year at SummerSlam, won the world title, beating Jey Uso in Utah at Saturday Night's Main Event last year, November 1st. Yada, yada, yada. Had a good... He was in a triple threat with with Reigns and Rollins. The main event, WrestleMania 41 in Las Vegas Night 1, which was a very good main event and one of the best matches of the weekend and one of the best matches of the year, where Heyman turned on Reigns and Punk and stuff like that. So how is CM Punk on this list of most overrated? Again,
I'll tell you
blatant favoritism to Tony Khan.
I'll tell you why he's number 2. I'll tell you why. It's easy. Nobody should. This is not rocket science. This isn't complicated.
It's because AEW hates CM Punk.
Yeah, it's because because Dave Meltzer his feelings were hurt because CM Punk called him out, called him a stooge. He called him, "What did I do, Dave?"
Yeah, that all-out 2022 media scrum.
Yeah, he was falsely accused of getting Colt Cabana fired, even though he didn't.
Yeah, this was the all-out 2022 post-pay-per-view media scrum, by the way, where CM Punk's eating Mindy's and drinking Spindrift.
Yeah. He told Dave, "What did I do, Dave?" Didn't do a goddamn thing.
And then he called out.
That should be a quote that is used more often. When somebody gets falsely accused of doing something. Yeah, that should be the quote. "What did I do, Dave?"
And he called Meltzer out on his lies and bullshit reports. He says he does reports that are mostly lies and bullshit.
Yeah.
And
he's so butthurt because CM Punk left his beloved AEW.
Yep. And then
he can't get over. It's been 2 years now, 3 years now. He can't get over it.
Yeah, it's been this August is going to be 3 years after that Jack Perry incident at Wembley, where CM Punk shoved him and put him in a headlock. Then Tony Khan said he was fearing for his life. Remember that?
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, yeah, comedy hour. This is the reason why, folks. Yeah, this is why. His feelings are still hurt, so he has to put him in there. If anything, I'm surprised he wasn't number one, considering who these people cater to. I'm surprised he wasn't number one. Jey Uso, yeah, number one. Number one, yeah, I agree. Like, Jey Uso, his matches are shit. He does more yeeting than he does moves. Yeah, running it back, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
He's like, again, also, yeah, but as well with this list, like, how is he overrated when pretty much everybody hates him? Like, everybody knows he's terrible in the ring. He botches. He's gassed. Now, I agree with the result. It just, honestly, even more perplexing with the result. I'm just perplexed with this list. Like, we all know why Punk is number 2, but literally, CM Punk carried Raw for a year. He has one of the greatest years of his career. He wins the World Championship. He main events Mania, and yet he's number 2.
Again, comedy hour with the Observer newsletter.
Yeah, blatant favoritism.
Yep.
And the fact that Dave cannot move on.
We also got best non-wrestler, 1 being Don Callis and 2 being Paul Heyman. What? First of all, Don Callis number 1 and Paul Heyman number 2. How?
If anything, it should be the opposite. Maybe they should swap role. They should swap positions.
Yeah. Why? How? Dude, how do you put Don Callis as best non-wrestler of the year ahead of Paul Heyman when Heyman turned on Seth and didn't turn on Seth, turned on Reigns and Punk at Mania last year to help Seth form the Vision, and is helping mold Braun Breaker for the future. And then you got the Vision on Raw, and then Heyman with his stuff with Adam Pearce and yada yada yada. How is Paul Heyman not number 1? If anything, he should be number 1 over Don Callis. I don't get it.
No, bro. Don Callis, he has a family.
Yeah, Don Callis family. A family with 16 fucking members.
Yeah,
with no direction on AEW. Yeah, that one. We got also this. Worst television announcer. 5 is Tony Schiavone. 4 is Vic Joseph. Oh. 3 is Michael Cole. 2 is Pat McAfee. And 3 is Michael Cole. 2 is Pat McAfee. And 1 is Booker T. First of all, why is Michael Cole in top 3 worst television announcer? Is what I want to know. And you see how, and I'm surprised Tony Schiavone's even number 5, though he's not that good. But Michael Cole in the top 3 worst television announcer of the year. How is that even possible?
Pat McAfee in the top 2, bro. Pat McAfee didn't even work that much in 2025.
No, he was just there for like about around the first half, maybe like before we got to like June that last year, and he wrestled a match with Gunther at Backlash last year, and that was it.
Yeah, he worked the Rumble, he worked the Chamber, he worked WrestleMania, but that's it. He worked the match with Gunther at Backlash, but that's it. We haven't seen Pat McAfee on WWE television since.
So I don't understand why he was in the top 2. Absurd fucking list, if you ask me. And then again, imagine taking the Observer seriously in 2026. A guy with 0 credibility, 0 source, and doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and doesn't know shit.
And Booker T at number 1, like, no, to make it clear, I'm not the biggest Booker T fan of his commentary. If anything, I think Booker T would he would make for a much better manager than he would make a commentator. But
Booker T's a good trainer with his wrestling school, Reality of Wrestling in Houston, that too. And then a manager, yes. But Commentary, I have to agree. If you listen to him on commentary, he's not good. He is terrible on
Yeah,
commentary. Awful.
I think he would make it for a much better manager, like for Trick Williams. But
Yeah.
number one worst commentator? What? Bro, Booker T alone on commentary can get more wrestlers over than Tony Khan does with his fucking booking.
Oh, but Tony Khan has Excalibur. He has Tony Schiavone. He's got Jim Ross. He's got Ian Riccaboni, Nigel McGuinness, and Taz. Taz is probably the only good one. And Nigel's
maybe
good too. Yeah, Nigel's great too. Ian Riccaboni's good too as well, but
bro, how Jim Ross can barely speak. He can barely speak on commentary. Tony Schiavone is terrible. Excalibur.
No energy, no oomph, nothing.
Yeah.
No charisma, nothing.
Like Booker T got Trick Williams over. He could get Stephanie Becerra over.
Yeah, in their time in NXT, yes.
Yeah. Who's singing the Joe Hendry's theme music?
Yes.
Like how is Excalibur not the worst? How is Tony Schiavone not the worst?
If anything, they should.
Yeah. Not like put them on the fucking list. Put Jim Ross in there. Like we love Jim Ross, but like he's what, 74? Now, granted, he has had health issues, sadly. It was like he's old. He's not what he once was.
I agree.
Like how is he? How is he not on this list? But no, Michael Cole is number 3.
I don't understand it.
2. Like,
I understand it.
It's fucking laughable.
Before we get to the WON Best Major Wrestling Show of the Year, I do have a first comment here in the chat. Mitch says, morning. What's up, Mitch? Good morning and happy Valentine's Day, bro. Hopefully you're doing well and hopefully you're doing something good tonight today with Valentine's Day with your family. So happy Valentine's Day to Mitch and good morning. Oh, and speaking of Mitch, congrats on 250 subscribers. Do we hit 250? Hold on. Let me see here. I gotta see this for myself. And I believe Mitch when he says this. 250 subscribers. Hit the goal by the end of February. Yes. Yes. Hit the goal, 250 subscribers. And I gotta say one thing to all of you guys, and that's 2 words: thank you. Thank you for the 250 subscribers, and words cannot describe how thankful and appreciative I am at all of you guys. Thank you so much for the support. You guys fucking rock, and let's keep on going with that. This is not the end of it, you know. It doesn't stop there.
300.
It only is up from here on out. So continue hitting the like and subscribing to Fiorious Nation. I appreciate every single one of you guys, and thank you so much. Thank you. So that was a bomb there from Mitch today. So shout out to Mitch. So that I will say. So back to the WON Awards. Best Major Wrestling Show was All In. Number 1, 2 Double or Nothing. 3 Stardom. All-Star Grand Queendom. 4 was Revolution. And 5 was All Out regarding last year. Why was Evolution and Elimination Chamber not in this list? That I'd love to know.
So we have All Out that had basically no build.
You notice how no WWE PLE or something like that was not on this list, bro?
Now, I can agree putting maybe Double or Nothing and All In there. I mean, these shows were good. Were they the best shows of the year? Maybe for AEW. Maybe the best AEW shows of the year.
Yeah, but
best overall show?
Nah.
I noticed that there was no WWE show listed here. You have Evolution, which I believe was the best show all year in terms of wrestling.
I 1000% agree.
Yeah. Yet it somehow does not make this fucking list. Elimination Chamber, and yes, the Cena heel turn ended up being a gigantic failure, a gigantic mess. But you had the men's elimination chamber and that moment with Cena turning in that initial moment. You had KO and Sammy and the women's chamber.
Yeah.
And somehow this does not make this list. Like, you had All Out. Like, bro, who remembers a thing from All Out from last year?
Not much.
We had a match with Hangman Page and Kyle Fletcher that basically had no build-up and no story. You had Eddie Kingston brought back facing Big Cass.
Who?
Yeah, the learning tree.
Hi, guys. Hi, guys.
Yeah.
I am the learning tree. God, was that awful.
This shit. What else do you have on All Out? What? We had Statlander winning the title?
Yeah.
We're going to talk more about her after we're done.
Yeah, because apparently she was interviewed on TMZ earlier this week. And we'll also talk about her. She also apparently lost the women's title in a strap match to Thekla this past Wednesday on Dynamite. So we're going to talk about that here later on in the video.
Like, what else happened at All Out? What, MJF facing Mark Briscoe?
Yep. Or...
Like who remembers this? Like, who's remembers it? Like, how is this a better show than Elimination Chamber? No disrespect to the talent.
I would even say why is the Royal Rumble not on this list, or even like I'd even say Crown Jewel in Perth.
Yeah,
I don't get it. I really don't fucking get it. We have worst major wrestling show. 1 was WrestlePalooza. 2 was Survivor Series. 3 WrestleMania Night 2. GCW, the People vs. GCW, and then 5 Night of Champions. I'm just ranking them with this one 1 to 5.
No, I could agree with number 1. I think
WrestlePalooza was not good. That I have to agree with.
Agree. Survivor Series number 2, like, bro, we had the 2 War Games matches that were actually good.
Well, yeah,
no, I wasn't overly excited for Nikki Bella and Stephanie Belair. I wasn't overly excited about that. You had John Cena and Dominic. That was a good match.
It was to me, that was probably the only good thing. I mean, War Games, the people may have busted their asses in there, but again, to me, I think War Games is kind of like play it out, just take a break from War Games for like a year or two.
I would say. It's like, why is this like, bro? Honestly, I would argue World's End was worse than this. Like, what did we get in AEW World? Like, what? Aside from maybe, Moxley and Fletcher, and maybe the main event, like, what else did we get on that show?
Not much of anything, man.
Like what?
I couldn't tell you much of anything else with that.
And WrestleMania Night 2? Now, if they had put Night 1 in there, I would have agreed. But Night 2?
Well, the Night 2 main event was horrible with Travis Scott.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, the Night 2 main event was a steaming pile of horseshit.
You think?
I never want to see a celebrity again interfere in a WrestleMania main event.
Fiend. And The Rock didn't show up, and then John Cena on number 17 in his last Mania was tainted because of fucking Travis Scott wearing some fake-ass hardcore title and shit. Fucking awful that was.
As well, but you had the opening match with the Io, Rhea, and Bianca. You had the Fatal 4-Way for the IC title. You had Drew and Priest. Like, these were good matches. These were great matches. Like, how does this make this list? Like, if you wanted to put a WWE show in there, like, how is WrestleMania Night 1 not on this?
Then you got Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte Flair Night 1. That was not good. Tiffany rightfully went over, but Charlotte and Tiffany was not good, and Charlotte sandbagged.
Yeah, what else we had? We had the War Raiders against the New Day in the most pre-show match possible.
No story, no heat whatsoever.
Yeah. Like this doesn't make sense. Like, I'm losing brain cells literally reading this.
Another thing that didn't make sense was worst television show of last year. 5 was Collision. Why was this not in the top 2? Number 1 is what I love to know. Well,
why is this not number 1?
The one I would put SmackDown, though. That's just me. 5 was Collision. 4 was NWA Power. 3 was TNA Impact. 2 was SmackDown, and 1 was NXT. You know how Dynamite should be number 1 or number 2 or in the top 3, and it's not on here? And NXT is number 1 worst show. How the fuck is NXT number 1 worst show last year when they were a better show? Now, it still wasn't good where it needed to be, but I would have rather took NXT last year than AEW Dynamite last year. At least with NXT, they took some risks and had something going for them, like Stephanie Vetker, Julia, the Hardys, and Fraxium, and JC Jane. I'm not a big fan of her. JC Jane and a shocker winning the NXT Women's title. Blake Monroe coming into NXT. You had Blake Monroe and Jordan Grace. You had Oba Femi, Trick Williams, and Javon Evans. You have the rise of Kendall Gray all of last year. I would much rather NXT last year than AEW Dynamite last year. How was NXT number 1 worst show of last year? How?
Oh, you had Ricky Saints making his debut.
Yeah, Ricky Saints as well. Can't forget about Ricky Saints. And then Joe Hendry in there as well. Can't forget about Joe Hendry either.
TNA being involved.
Yeah, the TNA and NXT showdown as well. Like, I don't understand why NXT is number 1 worst show. I don't.
Nah, bro. No, we can't hurt the Meltzer's feelings. His feelings are hurt because NXT keep beating his precious Dynamite. And
still NXT beats Dynamite still to this day in the viewership. They even beat AEW again this week.
Yeah, they beat them this week despite Dynamite seeing 2 title changes.
Yeah, which I thought which Ciampa losing the TNT title quickly to Mark Briscoe, I thought that was fucking garbage. And then Statlander got buried, lost to Thekla. Happy for Thekla, but Statlander got buried, and I have to call that out.
I mean, I know we haven't mentioned much about Stardom, CMLL, and NWA. I mean, no shade to them, but it's like we're only focusing on WWE and AEW because they're simply like the 2 promotions that matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like NWA Power, like I don't know what was going on there. I mean, let's just hope that fucking Tyrus wasn't appearing.
Dude, I don't watch NWA, nor do I care to watch NWA.
Like what? EC3 was the world champion? As if anybody gives a shit.
Yeah. I have zero desire to watch NWA, bro, honestly.
Like
zero.
And Collision number 5, I'm surprised that AEW show even made it there. AEW Collision number 5. If anything, Collision should be in the top 2. NXT shouldn't even be close to be on this list. Again, this shows you the lack of dignity, the lack of awareness that the people running the Observer have.
Mm-hmm. Worst show, worst television. No, not worst show. Worst match of the year. One was John Cena, Cody Rhodes, WrestleMania 41, Night 2. Minoru Suzuki and Butterbean, Las Vegas, April 17th, number 2. 3, Brock Lesnar, John Cena from WrestlePalooza. Maki Ito, Mickey James, Las Vegas, April 17th, number 4. And number 5 was Adam Copeland and John Moxley, March 9th of last year. Now, John Cena, Cody Rhodes, number 1 worst at Mania last year, that I have to agree with. Again, that was John Cena's last WrestleMania, and it was fucking tainted by Travis Scott. So that I do have to agree.
Yeah, that was absolutely terrible. Like,
and Minoru Suzuki and Butterbean, I've actually not watched that match ever once. This guy has, and he would say it was not good. It wasn't good, and I believe him. I haven't watched the match, and I'm sure he'd recommend don't watch it. And for those of you who have not
watched it in full, I can tell you, Butterbean could barely fucking. It was legitimately sad. Just watch it.
So those out there that have not watched the match, don't.
Yeah. If you're somebody that hasn't watched it, please don't.
And I was asking this guy, it's that bad? Yeah, it's that bad.
Yes, it's genuinely bad. It's not like it's hilariously bad. It's genuinely bad. It's sad. It's sad.
I think even Brian Alvarez said it was not good either.
Yeah. One thing though, like for a worst match. What was number 4? Maki Ito and Mickey? Like, I don't know what the hell happened there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Honestly, there's one match, honestly, even worse than Cena and Cody, as bad as it was. Honestly, like, how is There's one match that's missing here. I don't know how the fuck this didn't make it. There's Sabu versus Jelly Nutella.
Joey Nutella. Who?
Yeah.
Joey Janela, Joey Nutella,
Jelly Nutella.
Joey Chuckle Nuts. Joey No Nuts Tella. I mean, a jar of Nutella has more charisma than Joey Janela.
It's a much better in-ring wrestler.
Yeah.
How did this match
last year?
How is it not in the top 3?
Yeah, last year with GCW, Las Vegas WrestleMania 41 weekend a year ago, Joey Janela with GCW, didn't he book Sabu for the show when he should not have? And then
he booked.
After a while, Sabu passed away.
Yes, they booked a no ropes barbed wire match. Yes, this actually happened. A no ropes barbed wire match between Jelly Nutella and Sabu, who was on drugs. His knees were bleeding.
In no condition to compete whatsoever.
Yeah, his knees were bleeding. He could barely move. He was thrown from the ring to barbed wire, and he got a concussion in the middle of the match, and was legitimately knocked out.
And then come the next month in May of last year, then you hear the news of Sabu sadly passing away.
Like, how is this match not on this list? How? How is this not, if not number 1, how is this not in the top 2?
What I'd love to know, why was this not in the top 5 or top 3 worst disgusting promotional tactic?
Yeah, literally.
WWE bringing back Brock Lesnar, TKO UFC relationship with Saudi, TKO WWE UFC relationship with Donald Trump, Raja Jackson incident and promotion, advertising him on a show with Raja Jackson, and then CM Punk apologizing to Saudi. Just ranking this 1 to 5, by the way, bro. The look on his face with words can describe how words.
Again, lack of self-awareness.
Now, Raja Jackson, I can agree with this 100%.
I agree. It should be on this list. How is this not number 1? A man literally was almost
top 2
killed. A man was almost killed in the middle of the ring.
AJ
Live
Mana,
stream, by the way,
was almost killed by Raja Jackson because Raja Jackson, I've always wanted to be the shit of a professional wrestler. And I said on live stream, like, what a fucking idiot.
Yeah, on live stream, by the way, this was aired.
He goes off script, punches a guy, tries killing him for no reason.
Yeah, Rikishi, the incompetent guy he is, allows this to happen. Somebody backstage, I think it was the Doug Miller, or Doug Mello, the Draws lookalike. He comes in from backstage and he saves Psycho Stu's life. How is this not number 1?
Not AJ
How
Mana,
is Brock Lesnar?
Psycho Stu, not AJ Mana, getting punched out by Roger Jackson. My bad. It was Psycho Stu. And fuck AJ Mana, by the way. Yeah. And Roger Jackson and Rampage Jackson.
How is this attempted? There was attempted murder in the ring on live stream, and yet this isn't number 1. Like Brock Lesnar. I know I wasn't the most overly excited guy for Brock Lesnar to be brought back, but
because it
obviously now this is worse.
Vince McMahon,
all that stuff, but like, this is worse than attempted murder? Like, are you fucking joking? WWE, they already have a relationship with Saudi Arabia for years now. Like, why is this?
I don't like it, but a
topic of discussion.
The relationship with Donald Trump. Who gives a fuck? Honestly, why is this even in the top 5?
Like Sabu and Jelly Nutella. This match. This does not make a disgusting promotional tactic. Jelly Nutella and Brett Lauderdale booking a 60-year-old man with a history of major injuries in his body, a man who was in no condition to wrestle. They forced him to compete, giving him drugs. This somehow does not make the list. Like, are you kidding me? And if anything, Roger Jackson, the whole incident should be number 1, and Jelly Nutella Sabu incident should be number 2.
Yeah, if we were booking this, that's what we do. But I mean, why is that?
But then it's the Observer. And then again, it's the Observer. What do you expect?
Yeah, and now you see why Tony Khan let Joey Janela go 4 years ago, because he couldn't cut the mustard in AEW. Now you see why.
Yeah. God.
It's unbelievable, bro. It's totally unbelievable.
And
Worst
CM
feud
Punk
of
apologizing to Saudi Arabia. Like, is this an issue somehow? Like, how is this how is this on the list, but not Jelly Nutella, booking Sabu in a match, or Brett Lauderdale rather, because he's the booker of GCW, aka Garbage Championship Wrestling. How is this?
Hey,
how is
hey,
Brett
don't
Lauderdale
disrespect GCW. It's Game Changer Wrestling. They're inspired to be like ECW. They are no way, like, they will never be like ECW. ECW is great. GCW is not.
Yeah,
They're
how
a
is Brett
wannabe.
Lauderdale?
They are a wannabe ECW fed and nothing more.
Yeah, how is Brett Lauderdale booking Sabu in a match where he was in no condition to compete? How is this not on this list? But yet CM Punk apologizing to Saudi is. Like, make it make sense.
Worst feud of the year was Max Caster and Anthony Bowen's number 1. 2 was John Cena and Cody Rhodes. 3 was John Moxley, Adam Copeland. 4 TNA versus NXT. 5 Cody Rhodes versus John Cena, The Rock, and Travis Scott. Why was John Moxley and Adam Page and Death Riders not in this list as number 1? What?
Again, the Death Riders were the drizzling shits on AEW television for until 2025, or at least until Moxley lost the World Championship. Moxley held the World Championship hostage, cutting these Riddler promos where nobody understood what he was saying.
And he held the world title and a fucking briefcase. And Moxley held the AEW world title.
This is not worst feud of the year? This is not the worst storyline of the year? Not Max Caster and Anthony Bowen's like, I mean, what the hell is going on there? I mean, it should be on the list. But like, 1? Not that it was good anyway, but like, 1? This is worse than the Death Riders holding the world title hostage?
TNA versus NXT number 4. What? What?
Oh my.
TNA and NXT number 4? Get the fuck out of here. Why the fuck is this on the list? It wasn't bad at all, NXT versus the TNA, when you had Mike Santana trying to win back the TNA title for TNA, beating Trick Williams, and the showdown stuff with NXT versus TNA, and the Hardys winning the NXT tag team titles, and the TNA and NXT partnership in 2025. Why is this on the top 4 worst? Now, Cena and Cody, I could agree with.
Cena make the list twice. Now, if you want to say Cody versus Cena and Travis Scott, now I can agree.
I agree.
But Cena and Cody after Mania?
Well, their SummerSlam match was a lot better than the WrestleMania match.
Yeah, it was a lot better, but like, if we're only talking Mania, yeah, I agree. That sucked. But like, in the build-up to SummerSlam, at least the build to SummerSlam was actually good.
Yeah.
Like, how does this make the list twice? Like, bro, like, I can't believe this. Like, I'm losing brain cells. Like, if you, I can't even describe. I can't even get words out. That's how bad. That's how egregious this list is.
We also got this, bro. We got couple more here. The promotion of the year, or not promotion, worst promotion. Sorry. Why? Well, worst promotion of the year. Not AEW. AAA was number 5. 4 GCW, 3 TNA, 2 NWA, and 1 WWE. Worst promotion of last year. Now, WWE did not have a good year last year. Triple H played it safe the past year. That I understand. But AEW was far worse last year. Far worse. And you notice how AEW is not on the list. You know, I'm seeing a pattern here, bro. I'm seeing a pattern here. And TNA, 3 top worst. Now, TNA right now, for now, it lost to be desired. But last year, their worst year? Huh?
They had some of the biggest moments in its fucking history.
Yeah.
Actually having a good year last year. Their attendance was up.
They had Slammiversary last July in New York for Slammiversary. Sold out.
Yeah, Bound for Glory.
Yeah, that too. In Lowell, Massachusetts.
They got a TV deal with AMC.
Yeah. And yet this is in the top 3 worst promotion of last year. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, bro.
And AAA, like, bro, AAA was on the verge of fucking collapse.
Until WWE came in and saved them.
They were having money problems.
Yeah.
Now this is just me saying, I don't know if they actually had money problems. Like, I can't confirm it, but it's like looking at these past years. Like, they were legitimately having problems. Like, these shows were a mess. Until WWE came in and basically gave them a lifeline.
Yeah.
By the way, notice how two of these promotions that are partners with WWE, or one of them that was bought out by the WWE, is on this list.
And you know how AEW is not on the list. Once again, I see a pattern here.
Yeah. Now, if anything, GCW should be in the top 2.
Yeah,
it should be in the top 2 alone, just based on booking Sabu in a horrible condition to wrestle like barbed wire match with a talentless hack.
And Joey Janela. And fuck GCW, by the way. What? WON best gimmick. 1 was Tony Storm. 2, Adam Page. 3, El Grande Americano. 4, the Young Bucks. 5, Joe Hendry. Yes, gracias. El Grande Americano.
Yeah.
Any comment on this?
We like Tony. We like Tony Storm here. I think she's an incredible talent, but best gimmick?
After that Hollywood ending with Mariah May and now Blake Monroe in NXT, after that, it was all downhill for Tony Storm from there.
Honestly, I think the gimmick has run its course, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree.
Like best gimmick, like, I mean, she's good, but it's like, I think the gimmick is worn out. Like, what else new is she's doing with it?
She's doing nothing with it. Now she's pairing with Orange Cassidy, feuding with the fucking Death Riders.
Yeah, they're having matches with Maria Shafir and Wheeler Useless.
Yeah. As if anyone gives a shit about that.
Yeah,
I know I don't.
Riveting television there.
Yeah. El Grande Americano
Hangman Page best gimmick. Like, what is Hangman's gimmick? The cowboy? He's not even playing that anymore.
Yeah. Number 3, El Grande Americano. This should be in the top 2.
Honestly, yeah. Chad Gable and Ludwig Kaiser, like, they made that gimmick entertaining. If anything, why is it El Grande Americano best gimmick of the year?
Beats me, bro. Beats me.
I mean, if I was running these awards, I would give this number 1.
Yeah. If anything, best gimmick, I know was the later part of 2025. I'd even probably put this. Asuka's Hey.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to Roderick Strong's
we can't give WWE any credit.
Similar to Roderick Strong's AEW's Adam.
Yeah.
Adam. Not this
Renee.
guy. Am I right? But
Renee Samoa.
Renee. Samoa. Max.
Orange.
Yeah. Orange.
Yeah. But Asuka, yeah. Why isn't Asuka's gimmick yelling Kyrie on this? But nah, bro. No, we can't give any credit to WWE. We can't do that. We have to praise our Lord and Savior, Tony Khan.
In AEW, we cannot criticize them, or else Tony Khan will blackball me and he'll take away my AEW media scrum pass.
If anything, this is exactly what Tony should be doing. He should be
worship and obey Tony Khan. All hail Tony Khan.
Yeah. If anything, that's what Tony should be doing. He should be blacklisting Dave.
Yeah. He should be blacklisting Dave and The Observer and CageMatch.net, Tony Khan's favorite website, by the way.
Yeah, that's what he should be doing.
He should be blackballing them and the fucking virgins on Cage Match and Reddit and on X and other social media. And stop listening to those to those clowns, those fucking virgins who don't know shit how to run a wrestling promotion. These are the people that Tony Khan should not be catering to. That's why his product fucking sucks and is in the shitter that it's in right now. You wonder why. And then we got worst gimmick, heel John Cena, number 1, 2 Wyatt 6, 3 House of Torture, 4 Tony Storm, 5 Jey Uso. I would have put Jey in the top 2, number 1.
Yeah.
Now, heel John Cena, I can agree with. Because that was, like Adam Carl said minutes ago, like John Cena's heel run was a fucking disaster. An utter disaster.
Yeah. Yeah, it was awful. Like, Cena made the best of it. But without The Rock there, like, how did it make sense now?
It felt so empty with Rock not there.
Yeah. Now, Jey Uso, I could agree him being on this list. If anything, he should be top 2. How?
Yeah.
Again, as well, how is the Death Riders not on this list? Again, they held the title hostage for a year. Jon Moxley was having terrible matches with Adam Copeland.
Yeah.
Like, how are they not on this list? And I like Jon Moxley. I like Claudio, but it's like why? Like, how is the Death Riders not on this? I mean, they're good talents, you know. Mox, Claudio, Pac was like the Death Riders for the first half, at least of 2025. They were shit.
Yeah,
but no, let's not put this on this list. Let's put the Wyatt Six in there. Like, what did the Wyatt Six do apart from being in the tag division?
You know what?
They were a mid-card act all year.
You know what I would have put in this top 5? The MFTs.
Literally.
The MFTs. Garbage. Why are they not in the top 5? And then we'll conclude the WON stuff with this thing. 2025 WON Best Booker of the Year. 5 is Anthony Douglas, James Darnell, and John Blood, Deadlock Pro. 4, Paul Levesque, a.k.a. Triple H. 3, CMLL Booking Team, Rivera / Feliciano. 2, Taro Okada. And 1, listen to this, Tony Khan. Oh my God. I can't. Hold on. I can't.
He'll be back soon.
You gotta be shitting me on that one, bro.
This is a comedy hour.
You have to be shitting me. Number 1 Booker of the Year, Tony Khan. That is fucking laughable, bro. Oh my God. Like, you need a good laugh right there. There you go. Tony Khan, Booker of the Year. Oh my God. How? Again, AEW had their worst creative year ever last year, yet Tony Khan makes Booker of the Year. Why?
AEW were getting their ass handed.
Tony Khan Tony Khan is not a booker and can't book a show to save his life. And he listens to yes men like Will Washington and RJ City. Yeah, he's booker of last year. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
AEW were losing every week to NXT. NXT, the WWE third brand.
Yep. And they lose to NXT every week in the viewership on a mostly more times than not consistent basis, losing to NXT every single week and as far as viewership is concerned, losing to NXT every single week. You're losing every single week to a developmental brand, and you don't find a problem with that?
Yet he somehow wins Booker of the Year?
If anything, you know who I would have Booker of the Year last year? Shawn Michaels.
Yeah.
With NXT.
Exactly.
He was Booker of the Year. But Tony Khan? So like I said in the beginning of this video, imagine taking the Observer seriously and Dave Meltzer seriously in 2026. At this point, don't believe a damn word that comes out of Dave Meltzer's mouth. He is full of shit. He's full of shit. He doesn't know a damn thing. He knows fuck all. He don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He has no sources. He has no credibility whatsoever. The
Like,
guy
just
is
look at these.
nothing
Just
but
all.
full of
Just look
shit.
at all this
The
list.
guy is nothing but full of shit.
Just look at every single list of these Observer Awards and the winners.
No, dude, nobody takes the Observer and
Tony
the
Khan, Booker of the
WN
Year, worst
seriously in
promotion of the
2026.
year,
Nobody.
WWE. Or what? The worst show being NXT.
Like what?
Like literally, how is this? Like literally, how can one legitimately sit there and not say that Dave Meltzer does not have any pay? He's not getting paid in some sort by Tony Khan.
Yeah, he's a paid Tony Khan AEW shell.
And even if he's not working there, like behind the scenes, I don't think he really works there backstage. It's like, how could somebody not sit here and correlate the fact that there may be something going on there between Tony and Dave?
There's clearly something
like
going
the
on
level
with
of
Tony,
stupid, the level of bias, the bias of this man. The dishonesty of this.
And Meltzer's friends with the Young Bucks who are in AEW as well. And you notice how Dave Meltzer always criticizes WWE and saying, "Oh, this is gonna happen, that's gonna happen." Listen, Dave Meltzer, you know nothing. You know absolutely fucking nothing. And you notice how he always criticizes WWE, but he always gloats and praises AEW and never criticizes them. I see a pattern here. And why does nobody take the Observer seriously? There you go, right there.
And then again, there was this video, I'm sure you've seen it, of Tony Khan calling Dave legitimately on video.
I'm sure he was calling Dave, "Oh, Dave, say this, say that. You got to say this, you got to say that.
Yeah,
you got to say this bullshit
on video,
thing."
basically. Yeah, it's legit on video. I think Dave in one of his Observer streams, and you can legitimately hear the phone ringing, and it spells out Tony Khan's name.
Yeah.
Overall, these Observer Awards, it's fucking laughable. It's a comedy hour.
Legit comedy hour, bro. Like imagine using Dave Meltzer as a source in 2026. The man has no credibility at this point. Zero. As far as I'm concerned, Dave Meltzer's credibility is in the negative. He doesn't know shit. He can say, "Oh, this is happening at WrestleMania. Oh, this and that's going to happen," all he wants. He doesn't know a damn thing what's going on. Nothing. He's never worked one wrestling promotion in his fucking life. And all he does is try and beg for a job, and he wants to know every single thing, literally, and I mean every single thing within a wrestling company. And Dave Meltzer wants to have the roster and the company by the ball sack because he wants to beg for a job, and he hates the wrestling companies like WWE, and he doesn't respect them, and he just wants the money. That's all Dave Meltzer is. A fraud, a shell.
Yeah. You know what the funny part is? This isn't even the only time we're going to talk about it. This isn't even the most egregious thing that he's done all week. This isn't even the worst thing he's done all week. which continues to tank his already negative credibility.
Oh yeah, we might as well continue the Dave Meltzer trend here. He also lied about Royce Keyes' age, saying he's 41. Nothing but a smear campaign because Dave Meltzer is upset and butthurt that Royce Keyes left his so precious AEW to go and join the enemy team, the big evil WWE. He's upset that Will Hobbs left AEW for WWE. Now, he hasn't been on WWE television yet. I don't know when he's on TV. Hopefully soon. I don't know if they're saving him for WrestleMania. I don't know what's going on there. I see people, and I won't say names, I see people, the aura of Will Hobbs WWE is now in smoke because he wrestled a dark match last night for a main event against Nathan Frazier. He wrestled a dark match.
So?
I mean, I know a lot of people watch AEW when Will Hobbs was there. But not everybody knows who Will Hobbs is. Not everybody. A lot of people watch AEW, but not everybody watches AEW. a lot of people, not everybody knows. A lot of people, I mean, yeah, a lot of people know Will Hobbs, but not everybody knows who Will Hobbs is. Us hardcore fans who watch AEW on a weekly basis and know who Will Hobbs is, we know who Will Hobbs is, but people that never watched him before, especially like casuals, they don't know who Will Hobbs is. Like what? Like what would you what do you what would you like to happen? Throw Will Hobbs out there, throw him right in the fire, sink or swim with no story and no hype video packages, like just throw him out there and expect him to succeed, and just throw him out there and expect him to get a good reaction. Just throw him out there. That's not how it works.
Where he get dark match, like okay.
At least get his feet wet.
The man worked fucking Collision of all shows. His last AEW match was on Collision, not on Dynamite, not an AEW pay-per-view. Collision. I'm sure the guy will have.
It's fucking useless. His Collision.
Yeah. That's where he worked his.
They barely cracked 300,000 viewers.
Yeah, I'm sure Will Hobbs will have no issue working matches on main event or working dark matches before SmackDown.
And this is just to get his feet wet.
Yeah.
Too. Also, and the WWE style and the AEW style are two completely different animals. You know, in WWE, their style is a lot safer environment, so these guys are not killing themselves and risking their lives out there. Where AEW, people get dropped on their heads and they drop people on their necks and they damn near kill themselves out there. Where WWE, you don't got to go out there and do that, and it's a lot more safer when people do the moves out there on Raw, SmackDown, NXT, so they're protecting themselves and their opponents. They're not going out there and
I don't recall Powerhouse Hobbs even getting injured on a dump spot in AEW. I think his only injury was like a knee injury.
Yeah, but you see a lot of these AEW wrestlers drop people on their heads when you don't got to really do that, and then they no sell moves, no sell finishers, kick out of multiple finishers, and they drop people on their head on the apron, and they drop people on their head on the turnbuckle,
doing
and
a
stuff
pile
like
driver,
that.
and they have to do it again.
And they do a pile driver on the top of the barricade, and blah blah blah. Like, you don't gotta go out there and do that out there and just put and risk your life and body out there and break your neck. You don't gotta do that. You don't. Where WWE, you know, they don't it's a more safer environment. Like, some moves you see on WWE television may look like it's scary and dangerous, but they do a safer version of those moves.
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah, and with Hobbs, all these years, let me get this. All these years, the Observer, Dave Meltzer, he knew Royce Keyes, he knew Powerhouse Hobbs' real age for 6 years.
Said he's 35 years old. 35 years old. No, he's 41. And knowing WWE had, like, with the youth stuff and so it's like all about old age stuff like that. Like, pretty much Meltzer trying to frame Will Hobbs because he's upset Will Hobbs left for the big evil WWE, and Hobbs decided to go to WWE not for the money, but to bet on himself.
Yeah. He had all these years
because he wanted to grow. He was never going to grow in AEW. Yeah, the money is greater in AEW, but money isn't everything.
You had all these years, Dave had all these years to mention Hobbs' real age, yet but he didn't. But as soon as he leaves AEW, he goes to WWE, he's in the Royal Rumble. Now all of a sudden he wants to reveal his real age.
Make it make sense, bro. Make it make sense.
Again, lack of fucking incompetence. Again, biased towards one over the other and not being honest.
And Will Hobbs is a guy who wants to grow and advance. Would he ever get that in AEW? The answer is no. He had a ceiling in AEW that Ops was Will Hobbs seeing. And I'll be very real with you guys. Will Hobbs was never going to go anywhere in AEW past being in the Ops. He wasn't.
Like, what was he going to do after the Ops? What, lose to Mark Davis?
Like, that is so fucking beneath Will Hobbs.
Like, what's he going to do?
Decided to try WWE out, take a chance on himself, and I have to respect him for that. And he could have easily chose AEW with the more money than WWE offers with more money. Then I hear Dave Meltzer a while ago that WWE offered him more money. I don't believe that report whatsoever. I call a hunk of shit on that one. And yes, the money is greater in AEW than it is at WWE, but at the end of the day, money is not everything. At some point, it's more than just the money. You can make all the money in the world, but if you're not happy and you're treated like garbage, eventually you're going to say something. You know, you cannot put a price on happiness. You can't. You know, it's any job in general and out in the real world, not just wrestling. You could make like, say, 100 grand a year, or you could even say, I mean, hell, you could make $1 million a year. But if you're making like more money hand over fist every single year, and you're that unhappy and you're that miserable, is it really worth the money? No. Again, money isn't everything. Yeah, maybe
all the money in the world can't buy somebody's happiness. Can't bring somebody's.
Yeah, money may be good and dandy and important, but it's not everything. At some point, you'll want more than just the money. You want. I mean, yes, people like being paid, but you want to be happy. You want to be satisfied. Will Hobbs was never going to be creatively fulfilled in AEW. He wasn't. And I don't care what anyone says. And he was there for 6 years. He's pretty much done everything there. What else would you like for him to do? He doesn't factor in the world title plans. And if he were to win, and even if he did win a world title in AEW, Tony Khan would have had zero plans for him. Just look at Adam Page last year after he beat John Moxley at All in Texas a year ago.
He probably lost the world title within 2 months.
Yeah, and have no direction as world champion whatsoever. That would have been Will Hobbs' future in AEW. He's seen the writing on the wall. Will Hobbs seen the writing on the wall, and he did what was right for he did what was right for him. Now, again, he hasn't debuted on WWE television yet. I don't know when he debuts, hopefully soon. But you can't sit there and fault Will Hobbs and shit on Will Hobbs for wanting to try something new and take a chance on himself and bet on himself. You can't shit on him for that.
Yeah, I think he's still gonna be fine. Like he's not gonna get fired. They're not gonna punish him.
There was a rumor that Royce Keyes was fired from WWE. He was recently at WWE headquarters in Stamford, Connecticut, because I think they taped something with Stephanie McMahon with her What's Your Story podcast. I think Royce Keyes is one of her guests on her podcast.
He already taped it. Yeah, I think he already filmed it. I think it's gonna be aired at some point.
Yeah. So you can put that rumor to you can put that rumor to bed. Oh, Royce Keyes is getting fired from WWE. He's not fired. He's not going to get fired. So you can put that shit to bed.
Why? Because this is Uncle Dave. Yeah, he's trying to get this guy fired.
Because he's
all these years he set out on the real story.
Left AEW. Boo hoo. Boo hoo.
Yeah, cry me a river.
It's unbelievable, man. And
this isn't even the only lie he did this week. This isn't even the worst lie.
Nope, it isn't at all. And then he talks about, and Oba Femi and Brock Lesnar. Remember what I said last week on episode 11, guys, that apparently, according to Dave Meltzer, Oba Femi Brock Lesnar is not 100% confirmed for WrestleMania? Sure thing, Uncle Dave. Now, I'm hearing a rumor of Brock Lesnar and LA Knight for WrestleMania, according to the Observer as well. I hope that's not the case, but then again, this is Dave Meltzer. Take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, this is a match. Yeah, you talk about a match that will not happen. LA Knight versus
God, it doesn't.
It will not happen. It's going to be Oba Femi and Brock Lesnar.
The Oba Femi was teasing signing the SmackDown contract last night on SmackDown, which I thought was not that good. It had its good moments, but I didn't find anything much of SmackDown. I mean, wasn't all bad last night. SmackDown had some good moments, but there was some bad. But that last night SmackDown, Oba Femi teased signing a SmackDown contract. Then apparently SmackDown next week on Sci-Fi, Oba Femi's facing Kit Wilson. At this point, I hope Oba Femi signs the Raw contract. I hope he does.
Yeah.
Like Kit Wilson, who cares?
Again, like we already seen it already.
Because of his music.
Yeah.
When he yells, toxic.
Like we already saw Oba Femi versus Kit Wilson, and Kit Wilson got his ass handed to him. What are we gonna get from this match that we didn't get last week?
Well, DOGG thinks it's exciting to put on television.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know? Yeah, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, the Road Dogg is fucking hopeless as shit, bro. I'm telling you. And again, and this, and again, tell this guy when he's telling lies when he says Triple H has rats to work with, and Bruce Pritchard and Road Dogg and Michael Hayes.
Bruce Pritchard, like literally, that's who Triple H is surrounded with. Fucking rats who don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Just call the fucking exterminator and exterminate those fucking rats. Set up traps, something. Just exterminate the fucking pests that are obviously in the company still. Like the pests that are in the company, man, get them extracted, eliminated, get rid of them. Seriously, it's fucking terrible. You know, I know Triple H played it safe the past year and stuff like that. And I mean, yeah, I mean, the past year he's been safe, but I mean, Jesus Christ, I mean, Bruce Pritchard, Road Dogg doesn't help. Nothing will change as long like you want change and good change. You want change in WWE for all the right reasons. You get rid of Bruce Pritchard and Road Dogg. Nothing's gonna change as long as those two fucking ass clowns are still there in that company in any which role or job or capacity. So apparently,
we may as well talk about.
So apparently, Oba Femi, Brock Lesnar. Meltzer says it's not 100% confirmed for WrestleMania. Yet I read via bodyslam.net that it's being discussed for WrestleMania, Oba Femi versus Brock Lesnar. Apparently. Now, Brock Lesnar is apparently advertised for Raw, and I think they're in Atlanta. It's February 23rd. I think it's the Raw before the Elimination Chamber. Brock Lesnar's going to be there. I wonder what he's going to do on the show, but I honestly, I really hope he has a face-to-face with Oba. And Oba and Brock were in the Rumble, and Lesnar eliminated Oba. Oba, what if they do LA Knight and Brock Lesnar? I mean, LA Knight eliminated Brock Lesnar in the Rumble. Yeah, when Jey Uso was yeeting. You wouldn't remember it, that Lesnar was out. Why would you do that match? Again, take it with a grain of salt because it's coming from the Observer, but I don't want to see LA Knight and Brock Lesnar. And I don't think they would end well for LA Knight and against Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania. I would be shocked if he beats Lesnar because I don't see Lesnar putting him over. I don't.
There's a better chance of Oba Femi beating Brock Lesnar than LA Knight.
Yeah. I would be very surprised if Knight would beat Lesnar. Oh, but LA Knight's taking it to the Vision. Brock Lesnar's in the Vision.
Brock Lesnar is not a part of the Vision. He is not a full-time member of the Vision.
Obi's with Paul Heyman. No one wants to see Lesnar and Brock Lesnar LA Knight at WrestleMania. Nobody wants to see that.
Brock Lesnar has been with Paul Heyman for 20 years. Paul Heyman can manage Brock Lesnar without having him in the Vision.
Yeah. We don't need this match at all. I would much rather Brock Lesnar, Oba Femi at WrestleMania. That is more WrestleMania than LA Knight and Brock Lesnar. No disrespect to LA Knight, but that's just my opinion on that.
Yeah, and
if you want to make WrestleMania better than last year, because last year's Mania was not good, it was terrible last year. You want to make this year's Mania better, then you do Oba and Brock. And at this point, we need a better WrestleMania this year than last year. I know it's 2 months away, but at this point we desperately need a better WrestleMania this year than last year because last year's Mania was terrible, and I expect next year's Mania in Saudi to be terrible. I do. So I'm really hoping Oba and Lesnar is the direction. I do not want to see Brock Lesnar and LA Knight. I don't want to see that. And I'm not the only one who feels that way. There's a lot of others in the community who feel this. There are a lot more other people in the community who feel the exact same way I do. I cannot be the only one who feels this way. Honestly. So Lesnar Knight WrestleMania, take it with a grain of salt. Yep. We also, speaking of Dave Meltzer.
Yeah, there's one more lie. And we end the Dave talk.
Yeah, so we talked about Dave Meltzer being exposed for lying about Royce Keyes' age, and yeah, Brock Lesnar, Oba Femi, not confirmed 100%. Now Body Slam saying it's been discussed. And also, the other third thing, you know, Dave Meltzer was exposed as a lying fraud this week, not once, not twice, but 3 times. The other one, the third one, first discuss the other two. The third one Brody King. Listen to this. So apparently, Brody King, he apparently was Dynamite not long ago. He wore a t-shirt saying abolish ICE, disregarding the ICE and deporting the illegal immigrants in the United States. Now, I'm not into the politics stuff at all. I stay out of that, and I don't really get into that because it just divides the country, and just nobody wants to hear about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. No one really likes talking about politics much at all. Honestly, it's like when it comes to politics, just shut your mouth at that point because nobody wants to hear about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. It just does nothing but divide and divide. And if anything, like the country really needs more unity more than ever now. It's just so fucking divided in the past like year, like 1 or 2 years. It's sad. It really is fucking sad. And I wish it wasn't that way. Just so much. It's like, you know, it's like let me tell you something. And this is a shoot right here. And this is real 100% me. You can clip it right here. I don't give a fuck what you believe in. I don't care if you believe in Republican, Democrat. I don't care. That doesn't determine who's a part of my life and who's not. And it should never be determined with anybody. Like politics should never determine with anything in anyone's life, should never determine with anything with anyone else in their lives of who they talk to, who they don't, who they like, who they don't like. I don't care what you believe in. As long as you're a good person, overall personality wise, that is all I care about. I don't care what you believe in. If you believe in Republican, great. If you believe in Democrat, great. I don't care what you believe in. If you're a good person to me and you treat me with respect and you're good to me and you're a sweetheart and you're a good person inside and out, that's all I care about. And that's all anybody else should care about. I don't give a shit what you believe in. I could care less about that. That's your belief. That's your opinion. And it doesn't affect me whatsoever. It doesn't. And this goes out to everybody who's watching this. Honestly. Like who cares what, like, the Republicans this, Democrats that, politics this, Trump that, Democrats said this, so Trump administration that, and ICE and anti-ICE. I don't care. I don't care. It's a waste of my time. Like the news with Fox News and CNN, it's honestly, there's a reason I don't watch the news a lot. It's honestly very depressing. Honestly, I don't know how anyone could sit there and watch the news. And it's just, like, I don't get into the politics stuff. I don't talk about politics much whatsoever. There's a reason why. I have better things to do, like this podcast, than to waste my time with the news and politics. Seriously. I don't give a shit what you believe in. If you're good to me and you respect me, that's all I care about at the end of the day. Politics should never determine who's in your life and who's not. Point blank, period.
Absolutely.
And apparently, and Brody King is apparently anti-ICE and abolish ICE. I don't care about that. What I care about, and I'm sure Brody King's a good person in real life, and as a wrestler, he's very good. That's all I care about with Brody King. Just because Brody King may be anti-ICE doesn't mean I hate Brody King. I don't hate the guy at all. I still very much like Brody King. And
so apparently, if you see,
and I don't even blame Brody King for this. I mean, at all. I mean, he can believe what he believes.
He can express his views.
Yeah, he can believe whatever he wants. You know, yeah. You can believe what you want and do it in a professional way. I don't spread hatred. That's the worst thing you can do. No, if anything, the country needs more unity more than ever now. If anything, the Republicans and Democrats should come together instead of this just bickering back and forth. They're just, you want my opinion? Both parties have problems, and both parties act like children. Both of them do. It's pathetic. And apparently Brody King weeks ago on Dynamite wore a abolish ICE shirt, and then
it was a few months ago. He didn't wear it. It was back in June he wore it. He didn't wear it a few weeks ago.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, it was like a while ago, but not last week. Yeah, that was last week. Not this past Wednesday, but the week before. Apparently, fuck ICE chants broke out in Las Vegas, where AEW was at last week. You know, where MJF got squashed by Brody King in 90 seconds as the world champion.
Yeah. Your world heavyweight champion, the guy who's supposed to be the face of the company, and here he is getting made into a jobber.
Oh, but Adam Page distracted him. Yeah. AEW World Champion a week ago, and MJF was made to look like shit. And a geek.
Yeah. Yeah, Brody King, who before this match was beating such amazing talent, amazing caliber main event talents like Lee Johnson.
Yeah.
And MJF's personal assistant manager. Yeah, this is how he got a match against the world champion. Beating jobbers.
And apparently, Brody King and MJF at Grand Slam Australia for the world title. I mean, I know it was taped. But, I mean, yes, before we went live, this guy, Adam Carl, said to me before we went live here, that show for AEW Grand Slam Australia today was taped, but it's airing later on tonight because different time zone in Australia. But apparently, Grand Slam Brody King MJF for the AEW World title, and Brody King beat MJF in 90 seconds a week ago. This past Wednesday, Brody King was not on TV. And it's like what you believe in, what is what you believe in. But, and then the fuck ice chants broke out at Dynamite in Vegas last week and stuff like that. And now Brody King's off TV this past week. Like, this is honestly a bad look for AEW because it's like you can believe what you believe in, but it's like that the politics should never affect wrestling or the wrestling product ever.
Yeah, but according to the Observer, according to Dave, and this is where his credibility basically, if it hasn't already tanked before, and it's already is already.
It's beyond down the toilet, bro. It's beyond down the toilet drain, bro.
Yeah, he says that Warner Brothers Discovery told AEW not to feature Brody King on this last Wednesday's Dynamite.
And then Warner Brothers Discovery, they totally debunked the rumor and called Tony Khan out on his bullshit. Warner Brothers had to come out and debunk this rumor and say, this is not true. This is totally false. This is not the case whatsoever. Uncle Dave, man, he fucking amazes me. He really does.
Yeah, just when you think he couldn't get
down in the sewer credibility is Dave Meltzer's credibility. It's in the negatives. Anybody who believes Dave Meltzer in 2026 is just as bad and gullible as he is. Seriously.
Oh yes. AEW would take somebody off of TV because of the crowd chanting "fuck ice." He chanted. Brody King didn't even. First of all, nobody even expected that chant to start in the middle of a match, a non-title match with the world champion.
And you know this would not have happened if Tony, like how Brody King went on Dynamite. What was it like? You say not like at least a while ago, but it's like, you know how Brody King on Dynamite wore the Abolish Ice T-shirt.
Yeah.
You know, what you're seeing now would not have happened had Tony Khan stepped in, been a boss, and tell Brody King, no, don't go out there wearing an Abolish Ice shirt because you're just going to create more hectic drama you don't need even more, that nobody needs at all. You know, Tony Khan should have been the boss and tell Brody King no, but he didn't do that. And this show goes to show that AEW has no leadership at the top whatsoever. Tony Khan just lets these guys do whatever they want. Inmates run the asylum, and it's fucking sad. Imagine, I know some wrestlers in WWE have their beliefs politically, Republican or Democrat. And I know Vince McMahon, though he's not there anymore, is friends with Donald Trump, and Trump has always had this relationship for years with the McMahons as Trump, because Trump is best friends with Vince McMahon in real life and stuff like that. And yeah, but I mean, and WWE wrestlers on the roster have their beliefs, whether they believe in Republican or Democrat. But would you ever see them go out there on social media or on television, say promote politics or talk about the politics and the political stuff going on U.S. politics? Would you ever see them speak on that on social media or on television, or have that bleed onto TV? No. Imagine if this, would you ever see this under Vince McMahon or under Triple H? Fuck no. Fuck no. Because WWE are a professional company. You know, they have real leadership. And even if somebody in WWE believes in Republican or even Democrat, would you
be taken off television, period, too.
Would you see them taken off TV for that? No. Or punished for that? No. And would you ever see them go out there on television and like just like spread a narrative about a Republican or Democrat? No, you'd never see that.
I mean, Brody can wear the shirt. I mean, that's fine. I don't have no issue with him, wearing the shirt, supporting, immigrants. I think he donated to people in Minnesota. I think
so.
I don't know which city, but I think he donated to immigrants to help families and give them food. So it's fine for him, but should he have worn it on television though?
No.
I don't know.
Politics should never. U.S.
No, if he
politics
did this on social media, it's okay.
Onto wrestling television and the product, like keep
I
that.
think if he wore
U.S. politics, U.S. politics at that point.
Yeah, I think if he'd done this on social media, I think it would have been fine, and still people would have been aware of it. Does he wear it on a shirt? I don't know what it has to do though with his television character.
Yeah, you would never see any of this under Vince McMahon or even under Paul Levesque. Never. But
here's the other thing. This is what makes it even even more laughable. This Observer Award. If Brody King was truly banned from appearing on AEW television because he wore abolish ICE on television, and basically Tony allowed him to. If he was truly banned, why did they air video package for Brody King on Dynamite? If
apparently it's like, oh, Warner Brothers was the one that made the call for Brody King to be off TV this week and take him off TV. And now it's like, if you try to take him off TV, that now the fuck ice chance is not going away. Honestly, it's a bad look for AEW and Tony Khan, because Tony Khan fails to be a proper leader. And the other thing, Warner Brothers said they'd take him off TV because of ICE or fuck ICE, and Warner Brothers debunked it. Like, do you think Warner Brothers cares what anybody believes in, or what Netflix? Or do you think Netflix cares about what anyone believes in politically, or USA Network or CW? Do you think they give a shit of which beliefs people have, or what beliefs the roster members have, or people work for the company, their beliefs? No, they don't care about that. They just care about one thing and one thing only: making money. They're in the business to make money, not have political views like dictate their lives and who's in their lives, who's not.
If Brody King was banned, why was he mentioned on television by Kenny Omega?
Yeah. If Warner Brothers found this to be a problem, Brody King would not be on TV or acknowledged on TV at all. Yeah, but the fact that he was tells you something, and all you need to know.
They promoted him on the show. They promoted the world title match, and there still are. They're still promoting the world title match with him and MJF on Warner Broadcast Television. TNT, owned by Warner, is still promoting this match.
If Warner Brothers found this to be any kind of issue whatsoever, Brody King would be would be completely off of television. Warner Brothers doesn't care what you believe in. They're just there in the business to make the almighty dollar. That's all they care about.
Jericho is a Donald Trump supporter, and he was AEW's first world champion.
Do you think anybody gives a shit what he believes in? No. Chris Jericho? No. I know Chelsea Green may believe in LGBTQ, but do you think anyone cares what she believes in? No.
They should not be taken off
entertaining on
based
TV
on their belief, if they're Democrat or Republican.
Could she be better? Yes. That's Bro Dog for you, booking her like shit. But Chelsea Green can believe what she believes in, for example. Do you think anyone cares what she believes in? No.
No, she should not be punished for it.
No, and you don't see her being punished for that on TV ever. LA Knight retweeted something about the Trump administration or something like that, negative, something about Trump administration or something bad about Trump administration, and LA Knight retweeted it. But do you see WWE punishing LA Knight because it looks like he's apparently anti-Trump? No, you don't see that. He won on Monday night in a qualifier match for the Chamber, beating Penta in Austin Theory this past Monday on Raw. So, no one cares what these television companies don't give a shit what you believe in politically. They don't. They found this to be any kind of problem whatsoever, they would have taken these people off TV or punished them or bury them. But you don't see it, and that should be all the evidence right there. Legit. And honestly, this is a bad look for AEW that Tony Khan literally created this mess. He has no one to blame but himself, and I don't feel sorry for him. I have no sympathy for Tony Khan and AEW whatsoever because they started this fucking shithole mess. It really goes to show you piss poor leadership in AEW, and you wonder why Will Hobbs left, and you wonder why Anna Jay's contract is coming up next month. I haven't heard a damn thing of her signing a new deal. At this point, why would she stay?
Ask yourself that.
You know? Like, you wonder why Anna Jay wants to explore other options.
Yeah, in terms of with the politics, I mean, now if Brody King gets taken off television, like, it's only going to intensify the chance. I think he has to be on TV now.
It's not going to go away. It's not going to go away, bro.
I don't know if this is. I mean, hopefully this was a 1 week thing. I hope it doesn't define who Brody King is. These fuck ice chants. I think Brody should be over because of his in-ring work and character work, not because of a singular chant.
Yeah. This is a terrible look for AEW, man. Really.
Like, maybe it dies down a little bit.
Had Tony Khan been the boss,
whenever he appears.
Yeah. Had Tony Khan been the boss, you like, they wouldn't be having this problem. It's fucking sad.
I mean, again, the fans, they can chant whatever they want. You can't stop them.
Right, yeah. You
go to what they want. I don't blame them. I don't blame
I know everything is expensive nowadays, but people pay tickets to go watch this live, and they can chant whatever they want.
Yeah, like, I don't blame the fans for chanting "fuck ice." I don't blame Brody King for wearing the shirt.
They can
do whatever they want. They can do whatever it is to get them over, and believe what they believe in.
Yeah.
But did Brody need to wear the shirt on TV?
No.
I mean, he has the right to. I don't blame him for wearing it. I mean, it's right for him.
But I mean, if you have an abolished ice shirt and it's just dividing just dividing country even more, it's like, there's enough dividing in the country, and just.
Yeah. I mean, Brody can wear whatever he wants on television. I mean, Brody can wear whatever he wants on television. I don't blame him. Tony at least could have stepped up. Did he need to wear it on television? He could have done it anywhere else.
Yeah,
not just on TV. He could have done it on social media.
Like, if you're going to wear abolished ice out in public, not in a wrestling show, that's a different story. That's fine. Or whatever you want to wear out in public, that's fine. But on a wrestling television show, that's a horrible look. And you're just dividing the country even more at that point. This is a bad look on Tony. And Tony should have been the fucking leader that he should have been. And he should have told Brody King, listen, Brody King, I know you're anti-ice, but I don't think wearing an abolished ice shirt on AEW television, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think we should be doing that at all.
Keep this to yourself. Do it on social media. People are gonna see it anyway. Who isn't on social media these days? Like, people are gonna see it regardless.
Yeah, when it comes to political views, just keep that shit to yourself, man. Honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. Did
nobody
you
wants to hear about it.
Nobody have to really bring this to television?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like they're not going to build a story around it. They're not going to build a story around ice or all that shit.
No, they're not. So why was this even a thing on the television? It should have never made the fucking air.
Yeah.
It's a horrible look on Tony Khan, man. That's like, this is something they don't need. They have enough problems. They don't need a big fucking black eye on them. This is a terrible look, bro. Not a good look at all.
Like, I understand the raising awareness. I'm not against it. It just doesn't have to be on television. Like, you could do it at any other time. It doesn't have to be, like, on national television.
Yeah.
People are going to see it regardless. People know about it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't got to wear political stuff on television just to spread it on wrestling television. Like, you don't need to do that. Just keep that shit as far away from wrestling as possible. It doesn't belong anywhere near wrestling, just U.S. politics. It doesn't. You know?
I mean, wrestling and politics. I mean, they're not a good mixture.
No, it's never a good mixture. And like I said minutes ago, it's like, I've heard of people ending friendships or relationships because of what they view politically or different political beliefs too. And it's like, how fucking childish is that?
And with the Meltzer lying, like you
fucker. Again, I don't care what you believe in. I could care less about that. You're allowed to believe what you want to believe. I don't
Yeah.
think you're. I don't hate you if you believe this or that. If you're a good person to me and you're nice to me and you're respectful to me and you're a sweetheart person inside and out, and personality wise you're a great person, that's all I care about. That's all anyone should care about.
Yeah, and with Dave, like this fucker, this idiot, like what was he thinking? Taking him off television because of ice. Like, bro, again, if Brody King, if Tony Khan had an issue with Brody King, he wouldn't be fucking promoting him still.
He wouldn't, and let alone he wouldn't even be getting a world title match in Australia against their pillar of AEW, arguably an MJF.
Like, and besides, what more could Brody have done? Even if he was on the show, even if he and MJF were on the show, what more could they have done to sell their match? Yes, the squash match should not have happened.
They did what they could to sell their match. There was nothing much more they needed to do.
Like the squash match should not have happened. But it's like, you want to build Brody as a threat to the world champion.
Yeah.
Here's the real reason. Here's the fucking real reason. Brody was not on the show. Oh? And Max was not on the show because they both already had made the flight to Australia. That's why.
Yeah.
Brody King wasn't banned. Tony wasn't told to take him off the show. No. He and Max, they already made the flight to Australia. That's why they were not on Dynamite.
Exactly. And once again, if Warner Brothers had a problem with this whatsoever, they would have said something to Tony, it's like they would have immediately, like after show, anyways. If Warner Brothers found this to be any sort of problem, Brody King would not be on TV, not be pushed. They would even step in and say, commentators don't say Brody King's name. Yeah, if they found this to be a problem, he would have been if Warner Brothers found this to be any kind of issue at all, they would have had the commentators say not his name at all, almost like not allowed to say Chris Benoit's name on WWE television.
Yeah, they basically they would have Benoit him from existence. But he was mentioned. He was mentioned by Omega. He was mentioned by commentators, and he was given his own video package.
Yeah, the fact that he was acknowledged says something.
Yeah,
this should not even been a thing with this situation in AEW. Should not have been a fucking thing on this. This should have never bled on television.
Thinking? And what was Meltzer even thinking? What, did he come out of this from his fucking ass?
Is he just throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks? That's what that tells me.
Yeah.
Like he's sitting there like, so, oh, this is going to happen. That's going to happen at WrestleMania. Motherfucker, Dave Meltzer, you don't know anything what's happening in Las Vegas at WrestleMania 42. Triple H, Nick Khan, and Triple H's team, they're the only ones that know what's fucking happening at WrestleMania. You do not, Meltzer. You don't even work for the company.
Yeah,
you never worked a wrestling company, in fact, in your life, Mr. Meltzer. You don't know jack shit. You don't know jack shit, Mr. Meltzer.
Imagine getting exposed by the network of which is hosting a wrestling show. Imagine having a wrestling show's own network, the TV network. Imagine them exposing you for being a fraud.
Like that is like when you have Warner Brothers expose your ass as a lying and expose you for being nothing but a lying fucking fraud, and you don't find that to be a problem. Like, imagine Warner Brothers calling Meltzer out on his bullshit.
Like, bro, how could anybody take you seriously after this? Why should anybody even take you seriously, period?
At this point, I don't believe anything that comes out of Meltzer's mouth anymore. The guy is nothing but full of shit. The guy is full of shit. Don't even believe a word that comes out of this man, Dave Meltzer's fucking pie hole. Don't. He knows fuck all. He doesn't know anything. He knows nothing. Embarrassing.
Yeah, so this is our last
embarrassing
observer. This was, we talked about him a lot.
About hour 45 minutes of Dave Meltzer, bro.
Yeah, an hour 20 minutes of roasting this clown.
Yeah, nothing but a fucking lying ass fraud is Dave Meltzer. Unbelievable. And then might as well stick with some AEW stuff. Apparently, All In 2026 for Wembley Stadium has been announced this late August or this September. It's like August, late August,
August 30th.
August 30th. Yes. That's actually 2 weeks after my birthday, by the way.
Yeah, this is a day before my birthday, too.
Yeah. So there'll be a Wembley Stadium. I would expect Will Ospreay, hopefully back soon, and I would expect him to win the Owen Cup and compete in the world title match for AEW at this show. I would expect.
Yeah,
Will they do it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, if Ospreay is back in time, because they aired a video package for the second week straight on Dynamite. If Ospreay is back in time for Wembley, I think he wins the Owen, and he wins the World Championship there.
I can't picture anybody else, but I picture Will Ospreay winning the tournament. I can't picture anybody else winning it.
Yeah,
that makes
sense.
The
only way he doesn't win the tournament if he's not back in time for the tournament.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the only way I don't see him winning it. If he's not in it. But if he's in it, he's a surefire winner. If he's in it, then he has to win it, and then he wins the World Championship at Wembley Stadium in the main event.
I agree.
Whether it's against MJF or whether it's against Omega or whoever the champion is by that point, I think All In this year will close with Will Ospreay as the new AEW World Heavyweight Champion.
I would say MJF and Will Ospreay at All In at Wembley, and MJF drops the title to Will Ospreay is what I think.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I would say. I think that's the way to go. I don't think MJF loses to Brody King. There's no heat. And even Adam Page involved and stuff like that.
Nah, I think MJF Brody, he's going to beat Hangman. He's going to be Andrade.
Yeah, Andrade too. There's also Kenny Omega. Don't forget Kenny Omega and Swerve. Yeah. Swerve Strickland.
Yeah, I think he's going to beat Swerve. Omega is 50-50.
Yeah.
Yeah, 50-50,
I mean, they could do Omega. Omega and Ospreay would be nice, but I think it's better with MJF and Will Ospreay.
Probably, yeah.
And I don't think Andrade beats MJF either. I don't think that's the way to go about it either. He just got back.
Yeah.
And he did beat Omega not long ago on Dynamite, which I thought was a very good match and got a big win over Omega.
So I think they would want MJF. I mean, honestly, for me personally, I would honestly have Omega and Ospreay as the main event for the title. But you have MJF as well. He's the heel champion, the hated heel, because he and Ospreay, I think they had 2 matches in 2024, and yes. Ospreay and Omega had 2 matches in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And just depending, which one do you want to go to complete the trilogy?
Yes.
But if you want a babyface, conquering hero babyface, then you want a hated heel for Ospreay to conquer.
In his own home, and beat the villainous heel in his home country. That would be perfect. Perfect story.
Yeah,
I'd love that. I would honestly love that, man. Like, Will Ospreay wins the Owen. MJF goes into All In as the AEW champion. He's the hated. Like, he's enemy number 1 in Wembley Stadium in London for All In. And Ospreay is the home country hero. And he beats the villainous MJF and wins the title in his home country. And I think that would be the perfect story right there for the world title, for the AEW World Championship, for MJF, and for Will Ospreay as far as AEW All In 2026 at Wembley Stadium in London, England, and the UK is concerned. I think that would be the perfect story right there. And Will Ospreay would get his moment because he's never won the AEW World title before. And Will Ospreay is one of the best talents they have in their roster. Love the guy, and I'm loving what he's doing, and hopefully he's back soon. And Tony Khan has fumbled a lot of guys in his roster, but one of the very few Tony has not fumbled, Will Ospreay is one of those few that Tony has not fumbled. And actually, since he's come to AEW, he's actually done quite well for himself. So, Tony Khan's fumbled a lot of guys on his roster, but I got to give Tony Khan some credit. He's done well for them with Will Ospreay so far. So hopefully Will Ospreay is back soon. He's in the Owen and he wins it, and he eventually wins the world title for the first time, wins the big one in his home country. I think it would be a feel-good, oh-so-sweet moment for MJF. And there's a story there.
Yeah. And they can use somebody like an Ospreay back.
One of the more consistent guys on AEW too, since he's come in. Ever since he's come in, he's been very consistently used.
Yeah, so they could use somebody like him at a time where they need it.
Yes, and he's never won the world title before, and they need new stars.
Yeah, they need newer guys at the top. And Ospreay's never been the world champion, and Wembley would be the perfect time to put the title on him. Again, if he's back in time there.
Yeah, the time.
If he's back in time there, he's 100%.
I would say Wembley this year and All In this time. That time is now for Will Ospreay. It's that or nothing.
Yeah, if he's 100% and he's medically cleared by then he has to win the belt there.
Yeah, no ands, ifs, or buts. If he doesn't, this is a fucking bust. I hope that's not the case, and I hope Will Ospreay wins the Owen and wins the world title at Wembley. That All In beats MJF. I really hope that's the direction they go. But I don't trust AEW to do the right thing. I just hope that's a direction I hope they do. But do I trust them with that? No. But hopefully that's a direction they plan on going, because I don't see MJF losing to Andrade. I don't see him losing to Swerve. I don't see him losing to Hangman, and I don't think Omega's the guy to beat MJF either.
Yeah, and sure as hell, Brody King is not going to win the world championship.
No, yeah. Brody King has a better shot of hitting the lottery than winning the world title. Let's be real. He's not beating MJF. Love Brody King, but he's not winning the world title.
Yeah.
Will Ospreay's the way to go. No ands, ifs, or buts. I don't hate Omega as a world champion, but it's better. It's much better with Will Ospreay. We've been there, done that with Omega as champion. It's time for something new with this company.
And you have a clear heel in MJF that can be toppled by a clear babyface. And Will Ospreay, who the fans, will desperately want to see reach the top.
Yeah.
And get his big world title moment.
Yeah. And speaking of Omega, apparently he won't be at Revolution. Apparently he wants to play video games. I know it's a little minor rumor, but this is what we're. I
think there's a gaming schedule. I think he's promoting Street Fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Or something, so he in Japan, so he's gonna have to be there, and that's why they're doing the match with Swerve next week on Dynamite.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I would hope and think MJF and Kenny Omega for Revolution in March for the world title. I think that would be a way to go. Just get that match out of the way, and have MJF.
I think the match with Hangman and Andrade, the winner will face MJF at Revolution instead. I think for Dynasty, is where you do Omega and MJF, because Kenny is Canadian. Kenny's from Canada, and Dynasty is in, and Dynasty is coming to Canada, so it would make sense to have Omega, the hometown boy, to challenge the hated heel in MJF.
Now, if we're doing Hangman Page and Andrade, I would have Hangman win, because if Andrade wins, then he has to beat MJF, and I don't. And MJF and Andrade just got back to AEW. I don't think it's right this quick for him to beat MJF for the world title. In the bigger story, I think it should be MJF and Will Ospreay. So I would say, like, you have Andrade beat Hangman, he's gonna win then, and against Hangman Page, just to lose to MJF anyway. Like, what sense does that make?
And Andrade's a heel. Andrade's with the fucking Don Callis family.
Yeah, that too.
He's with the Don Callis family, a heel fucking faction.
And imagine MJF feuding with the Don Callis family. Please, don't want to see that. Who wants to see that? MJF feuding with the Don Callis family. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, a heel faction feuding with the heel champion. Like, who's gonna get over?
Yeah, MJF feuding with the Don Callis family, because that's exactly what I want to see. Said no one ever.
Yeah. I'll be so excited to watch MJF in matches with Rocky Romero and Trent Christian Mark.
Yeah, and Josh Alexander, a loser.
Yeah, exciting matches.
And Mark Davis and Jake Doyle.
Or MJF versus Brian Cage.
Yeah.
Yes, there are so many Don Callis family members.
Such riveting matches with television, bro. I know. Said no one ever.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna get Andrade and MJF. We're not gonna get who he's supposed to cheer for, because both guys are heels. I think they're gonna go with Hangman. and you finish off that storyline with him and MJF, and you have MJF, finally gets his win back. He gets his elusive win over Hangman Page because Hangman has beaten him twice.
Yeah. I would say Hangman beats Andrade, becomes number one contender, but he loses to MJF at Revolution. I think that's the way to go about it. Andrade and MJF is very haphazard like booking, where neither guy can lose. And again,
now if you want to book this for Double or Nothing, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe Double or
that
Nothing.
Would be,
but
that I would actually. That I could. That I would. If it was that, I would then fine. I would have no problem with it. I don't think now is the time at all.
Yeah.
It's too soon. But we're sticking with the AEW talk. Double or Nothing. You talked about Double or Nothing. Speaking of which, AEW Double or Nothing 2026. This May is announced for New York City. The former Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's in Queens, in New York.
Wait, or is it the former Arthur Ashe Stadium?
It's named something else. It's now. I thought it was the Arthur Ashe. I thought it was named something else.
I don't think it's the former Arthur Ashe Stadium. I don't think so.
I think someone was saying. I thought I read something. It was something else, but it looks like it's Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Let me see.
It's...
Hang on.
Adam Carl here doing his little research here, so just bear with us. Don't even misconstrue it.
It's not Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Louis Armstrong Stadium in Queens, New York City.
Yeah, I think it's one of the largest tennis stadiums in the world.
So not Arthur Ashe. So
no, Arthur Ashe. I think it's going through a renovation.
It looks so much like Arthur Ashe. It's like, this looks good, Arthur Ashe, because they're known for Arthur Ashe.
Yeah,
makes me wish one of these years WrestleMania came back to New York State. Arthur Ashe would be great, but I know AEW owns that. Or like,
no, WrestleMania is not going to be in Arthur Ashe Stadium of all things.
Wouldn't it be cool though if
maybe a Raw? Yeah, maybe a Raw or a SmackDown, but not WrestleMania.
I could probably. I mean, if WrestleMania ever, like in the future, wants to come back to New York, I know they're going to be in Saudi next year. This year in Vegas. I would say after 2027, like some year after 2027, if WrestleMania in the future wants to come back to New York, I would love something like that. Like, they've not been in New York since WrestleMania 20 and Madison Square Garden 2004. Now, the WrestleMania will never, ever be back in MSG, Madison Square Garden, ever, because WrestleMania is now in stadiums. But, I mean, if WrestleMania in the future wanted to come back to New York State for WrestleMania, WWE with WrestleMania, I would say maybe like Yankee Stadium or Citi Field, something like that. I don't know what you think. I think they have a decent capacity for Yankee Stadium and for Citi Field, not just Yankee Stadium. And it wouldn't be the first time WrestleMania in a baseball field stadium. They were in Seattle for WrestleMania 2003. Safeco Field, yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would be cool with Arthur Ashe, but I think if WrestleMania wanted to come back to New York State, New York City area, Yankee Stadium or Citi Field, I think will be the way to go. And I think they could sell out that show, WrestleMania WWE. I think they could sell out that show if they were in Yankee Stadium or Citi Field.
With Arthur Ashe Stadium, it's going through a renovation right now, so which is why AEW, I think they didn't go to it last year, and they're not going to go it anytime soon. The Louis Armstrong Stadium, it's one of the biggest arenas, stadiums in tennis. And I don't think it has hosted a wrestling show before. It can fit around 14. Yeah, it fits around 14,000 from doing my research. It fits over 14,000.
Yeah,
so 14, maybe AEW can fill that. Maybe you could get 10,000 in there.
Probably, I think that would probably be like a safe betting bet.
Yeah, so I think last year, Double or Nothing, it was in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yes. Yep, they were in Phoenix last year.
Yeah, because every year I think AEW Double or Nothing, the first Double or Nothing 22 and 23 and 24, They were in Vegas.
Yes.
Yeah, they were in Vegas, and obviously last year they couldn't be because WrestleMania was in Vegas, and this year they cannot be because WrestleMania is in Vegas.
Hmm.
So they're so it's a good nice of a change, with running different venues.
True.
For Double or Nothing. I
And
don't think they
looking,
should be putting the
and I'm
same
looking
venue
this
every
up on
year.
my phone, bro. That outerior of Louis Armstrong Stadium. It actually looks really nice, and it's a no roof stadium. Looks like a nice atmosphere inside the arena as well.
Yeah.
That's why I thought. That's why I thought it was originally the former Arthur Ashe, because it looked so similar.
Yeah. It kind of does.
I don't know why, but it looks so similar to Arthur Ashe
similar.
Stadium.
I mean, who knows? Maybe we could see a WWE show there or something.
If Tony Khan would allow that, I would love something like that. WWE WrestleMania has not been to New York State or New York City area ever since 2004 WrestleMania 20 in Madison Square Garden.
And
now, one could wish upon a star WrestleMania returning to MSG, but it's never ever going to happen because they're now in stadiums.
I don't think Tony owns these arenas. Arthur Ashe, the Louis Armstrong Stadium. I don't think AEW owns them.
I mean, well, if he doesn't and Tony Khan allows it, I think WWE, if they would have WrestleMania in the future and Arthur Ashe or say,
I don't think we're going to see a Mania there. I don't think so.
Stadium.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a WrestleMania in Arthur Ashe. Maybe, I don't know, maybe SummerSlam, if that's even possible.
Probably SummerSlam.
But we're not going to see WrestleMania in Arthur Ashe. I think they're going to save it for the bigger stadiums.
And Arthur Ashe Stadium is 23,000 plus capacity. So I would agree with you. It's no WrestleMania for Arthur Ashe. Citi Field or Yankee Stadium in the future for WrestleMania, I could see. If they want to explore that option, I could see that.
Yeah.
They have a lot more than like 15,000 capacity. And if my math is correct, Yankee Stadium has a capacity of 46,000 plus capacity.
They could have a Royal Rumble in there.
They could. I mean, if it's not cold out.
Yeah, I mean, the Rumble's going to be back in the United States next year.
Thank God.
Yeah, maybe you can have
Yankee Stadium. Was not good for the Rumble.
Yeah,
it wasn't a bad show, the Rumble, but it was disappointing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and hopefully they don't have those fucking lights, those LED lights in the crowd. Where make it sound,
those were fucking annoying. It made the arena look fucking half empty. It looked terrible.
Yeah, hopefully they don't bring that back.
What the hell was that, bro?
Literally.
Honestly. Yeah, and after the Rumble in Saudi, never go back to Saudi for the Rumble or WrestleMania ever again. After Mania next year, never go back to Saudi for the Rumble or Mania ever again. Honestly.
So for Louis Armstrong Stadium, that's where Double or Nothing will be.
Oh, and Citi Field, by the way, guys, if you don't know it, 41,000, almost 41,800, near 42,000 capacity for Citi Field, by the way.
Interesting.
So if WrestleMania wants to ever be in Citi Field or Yankee Stadium in a future year, I think they could sell that out.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think they could sell that out, no problem.
Yeah, so for Double or Nothing, they're going to be in Louis Armstrong Stadium for Double or Nothing. So they should have a good atmosphere there. They should have at least 10,000.
And that New York crowds are so passionate about their sports and their wrestling. Always a good crowd. They're like it's so rare they're sitting on their hands and knees, not making a peep. They're always making a bunch of noise, very energetic. They're always a great crowd. Like every time I've been to a sports arena for a sports show in like New York crowd or a stadium or arena, every show I've been to for an event at like New York like arena, just every show I've been to at that crowd has always made like some noise. So, and I don't think I've ever been to a New York arena show where they don't make a bunch of noise. They're like New York, as far as sports are concerned, is a very, very passionate crowd. They know their stuff on sports and wrestling, and they're very passionate. Like they always make loud noise, cheers, boos, and they're always energetic, and they're not sitting there like they're church or with just library silence. They're always making some noise. You know, it's not like in the middle of nowhere in Kentucky where they make zero noise and it's like you're sitting in a church and they're just thinking about their cows and their chickens. You know, this is New York crowds are nothing like that. So I think atmosphere should be very, very good, and I think it. I mean, atmosphere wise, it should be good. Hopefully, it's that good show, that one. But I mean, I can't hate on that. Double or Nothing in New York, I can't hate on that whatsoever. I think it's a great move. And correct me if I'm wrong. Has AEW had a pay-per-view ever in New York State?
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
I think they've had the AEW pay-per-views in the Nassau Coliseum.
Yeah, Nassau Coliseum, yes.
Yeah, and then Long Island, yeah. So they've had pay-per-views in New York City.
But like a major AEW pay-per-view, like Double or Nothing or All In or All Out or Revolution.
No, All In, no. Maybe at some point, but not this year.
If we're talking major AEW shows of the year, like Revolution or Double or Nothing or All In or All Out and Full Gear.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, like Forbidden Door. Yeah, I don't think we've ever had that. So I think this is a very nice move on AEW's behalf. I like this move a lot. I'm sure you feel the same way. I like this move a lot. I think business-wise, this is great. So.
Plus, it's an arena that has never hosted wrestling before.
Very true. So I look forward to the atmosphere crowd for that show. Hopefully that show's a good show, but the New York crowd there should kill it.
Absolutely.
So we'll see what happens come Double or Nothing this May in New York, the Louis Armstrong Stadium. Sticking with the AEW talk, we did get news on Private Party, and Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful Select talked about their status on AEW television, saying they're still under AEW contract, that they would appear on AEW before ever coming to WWE. And we saw him back on Dynamite this past Wednesday in a triple threat tag match against the Young Bucks and the Rascals. I think it was Wesley / Desmond Xavier and Myron Reed.
Yeah.
They fought the Young Bucks and Private Party in a triple threat tag team match where the winners would face FTR for the AEW tag team championships at the Revolution, right?
Yeah. I think they'll do that match at that Revolution. Yeah, Bucks and FTR.
And Private Party lost, so they brought back.
Honestly, if you ask me,
I don't know what's going on with Private Party. I thought there were rumors their deals are coming up. I still think it happens, but maybe not now.
From what I've heard, their deals were not up last year, but neither was injury time added to their contracts.
Okay.
So no injury time was added to their deal, which hopefully it bodes well for them. So their deal it has to be up now. One of the months this year.
Yeah, I would say by the end of 2026, I think is when they're out the door.
So if I were to guess when their deals are coming up, I would say either the summer or the end of the year. Honestly, if the way I look at it, Private Party, criminally, they were left off of television for a fucking year. A fucking year, Tony Khan has these guys, and they're sitting in fucking catering.
And they were the tag team champions in AEW before they lost them, and then they were taken off TV for a year. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, you take these guys off of television with no plans to use them. And now you're suddenly putting them back. After months and months after it was said that their deals could be coming up.
And Tony had a year to use them and had them off TV for a year. Now you want to use them. And you bring them back just to lose. They could not have eaten a pinfall. They still lost. Whether they ate the pin or not, they still lost.
Yeah.
So what are we doing?
You didn't use these guys for a year. That no injury time was added, if what I'm hearing is true. If no injury time was added to their deals, you could have used them this entire year, but you didn't.
and now you suddenly want to feature them on your flagship show on Dynamite.
Tony Khan is not gonna. Tony Khan has no plans for them now that they're back, at least for now on AEW television. Tony Khan's not going to use them.
Desperate, or does that sound desperate?
I mean, does Tony Khan have plans for them? Of course not.
Of course not. Of course not. They'll be jobbing out to fucking Big Bill and Brian Keith.
Who?
They'll be jobbing out to the Dog Callis family.
Yeah. And when, yeah. Again,
I still think they end up leaving it. Honestly, if you ask me, I think if I were to come up with a guess, I think Private Party went up to Tony and they just said, "Fuck it, put us on the television to have us lose every match if you want to."
And also, correct me if I'm wrong too, bro. Jade Cargill left AEW for WWE in late 2023, and when she was off TV, wasn't she off TV for a while, and then she was then back on TV? Then she was losing to Chris Statlander for the TBS title, and then she lost a rematch, and then that was it for Jade Cargill and AEW. I don't know how you feel about this, bro. Am I the only one who feels this way, that Private Party are now back on AEW TV, and now they're just brought back, but they're just putting people over, and it looks like by the end of the year they could be on their way up, but they're back on TV just to put others over on the way out? Am I the only one?
Honestly, that's what I believe.
Because I remember Jade Cargill when she was TBS champion 3 years ago. She was TBS champion. Wasn't she off TV for a while? Then she put over Statlander, then put her over again in a rematch, and then she was out.
That's what happened.
I don't know. I don't know if this is a weird feeling or not. Am I the only one who thinks that way? That Private Party is back just to put others on the way out.
Like why were these guys not on TV for a fucking year?
I think
suddenly now you want to use them.
Yeah, it's you bring them back and they're putting people over. I think by the end of the year, at the latest, I think Private Party are as good as gone from AEW. I don't honestly,
that's what I believe is happening. I think Private Party are only on television. Honestly, I think they went up to Tony and they just said, "Let us put people over on the way out." I think this is a Private Party call.
They're probably told Tony on the back, please don't re-up our deals. Our deals are coming up. Please don't extend our deals.
Yeah. I think they wanted to be on television. I mean, neither guy was injured last year or this year.
No, neither one. Honestly,
I think they're the type of guys that they want to work, they want to wrestle, even if they lose. I think this is something that they probably spoke to Tony about, and they're gonna put guys over on the way out. I think their deals are up this year.
Yeah,
I think they're only on television to simply put people over because they know they're gonna leave soon.
It's not a matter of if Private Party's leaving AEW for WWE, because I think it does happen. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. We don't know when their deals are up. It's none of our business when their deals are up. I would agree with you, bro. Either the summer, the latest at the end of the year. Yeah. Honestly. Yeah. Or maybe the middle of the year, like Mariah May last year. Who knows? But either way, I think Private Party are eventually out the door by the end of this year out of AEW. And I think they go to NXT, a show that could desperately use them. And NXT desperately needs tag teams. They would fit like a glove on NXT. And I'm sure Shawn Michaels would love to have them.
Yeah, it's either that, you have Private Party, they're on television because they want to work, they want to put guys over. It's one of that, or Tony's desperate to keep them.
Just like I think, you just spoke Tony Khan being desperate. Chris Jericho, TNA AEW contract ran out, and he's still on the AEW roster page. I think Tony Khan is desperate to keep Chris Jericho, knowing where Chris Jericho is going to go, and he's going to go right back to WWE. And you don't think Tony Khan knows that, and he's desperate to try and keep Chris Jericho because he really doesn't want him going to WWE, and when he does, it's going to make Tony look bad? You don't think Tony Khan is that desperate to keep Jericho?
Like, why do you think Private Party was brought back on television?
Like, you really think TK's not that desperate? I think I honestly think he's trying to prevent Jericho from coming back to WWE. You think he'd be back at the Royal Rumble? I don't know what's going on with Chris Jericho and AEW. I hope he's out of there. There's nothing left for him there.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think? Private Party was brought back to television. Like, you had all this. You had 1 year to fucking use them. You didn't use them for a year, and now suddenly they're on TV.
Britt Baker was off AEW TV all year last year. Has been seen since late 2024. And even if Tony Khan brings her back now, what's it going to mean? I think he's out of there this year anyway.
Private Party wanted to put guys. Now, again. Sorry to interrupt you, but maybe Private Party wanted to put guys over because Isaiah Cassidy and Mark Quinn, they're professionals. They're respectful people. Maybe they wanted to put people over. But again, as well, they were off of TV for a year, and now suddenly Tony wants to feature them. Does that not sound desperate for Tony? Does he know that they want to leave and they're looking to leave? So and now he's
knowing where they're going to go. He knows where it's big time desperate, knowing where Tony knows where they're going to go, and they're going to be better off in WWE, and it's going to make Tony Khan look fucking stupid.
Yeah, and now suddenly he wants to bring them on television, and he's desperate to keep them.
Oh, well, you make great. Oh, but it's greater money in AEW, and Tony Khan's throwing money at people, and you can't turn down the great money in AEW. Money isn't everything. All the money in the world is not going to keep wrestlers in AEW happy. You cannot put a price on happiness.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I am so sure. I'm so sure Private Party were so happy. They were so thrilled to be making, what, $500,000? Now, I don't know if that's true or not, again. I don't work there. I don't know the figure that they're making. But let's say it's $500,000 each a year. I'm so sure they were making all this money all the while they're sitting on the fucking bench, doing absolutely fuck all. Yeah, I am so sure they were so happy not being in the fucking ring having matches and doing what they love most, which is professional wrestling.
Yeah, they just want to wrestle.
Yeah, they want to wrestle. They want to be on television. They want to cut promos. They want to be in storylines. How do you think they were feeling for the last 365 days, not being able to do that?
Can you imagine Private Party in WWE versus people like tag teams in WWE like the Usos or the New Day, or Private Party versus the Motor City Machine Guns, Fraxium, etc., the Hardys, people like that. Excuse Adam Molly. Gets up for a little bit. But yeah, it's like Private Party. Imagine Private Party versus the Hardys in WWE whenever their TNA deals are up, or Private Party versus any other tag team that's currently in WWE. Fraxium, Motor City Machine Guns, Usos, stuff like that. Like, and whoever in NXT, like Hank and Tank, like NXT could really use Private Party. They have no tag teams in NXT at all. Dark State are the tag champions. I don't give two flying fucks about Dark State. Private Party, NXT could absolutely use Private Party, and they would fit like a glove on NXT. Shawn Michaels I'm sure would love to have them. Triple H would love to have them too, I'm sure. And Private Party have been in AEW since day one. They've done everything. They don't factor into any plans. Why even keep them? And I'm sure if you ask them personally, I don't think they want to be there in AEW because they've pretty much hit their ceiling there. And they know AEW is hopeless and is a hopeless mess. If you were to ask Mark Quinn and Isaiah Cassidy privately, what do you think of your time in AEW currently? I'm sure they tell you they're very unhappy and want out. And I would not blame them at all.
I mean, sitting on the bench for a year would do something like that to them.
Yeah. I think by the latest at the end of the year, I think they're on the way out. I think they go right to WWE, which I think is the right move for Private Party. Tony Khan can throw all the money he wants at Private Party. It's not gonna. You cannot put a price on.
I think they're gonna be on their way out soon. If there's no because there no injury time was extended to them.
Yep. Will Hobbs was a smart man and was the genius here, and I think he was injured. Tony was going to tack time, but Will Hobbs at last minute told Tony his AEW deal was coming up at midnight a month ago, and Will Hobbs actually played it smart. And played
and Private Party, they haven't said anything about when their deals are coming up.
Right. But whenever their deals are up, I think they're out. There's no reason for them to stay in AEW.
Honestly, I think they're going to be on television. Every time
the money's
on television, I think they're going to put
everything.
Yeah, that's the only reason why they're on TV, because Tony's desperate to keep them. But honestly, ultimately, I think Private Party are just only there to put guys over. And sooner than later, they're going to be out of AEW.
And it's not just good. And Private Party won't be the last to jump. They certainly won't be the last. Britt Baker, I could see. Thunder Rosa's not doing anything. Jamie Hayter, what the hell happened to her? She's dead to rights in AEW. She should really make the jump to WWE. She'd be a lot better off there. Chris Statlander, she lost the world title to Thekla on Wednesday. Statlander has been Statlander has been so mishandled by AEW and Tony Khan. It's not even funny. Like, buried on Wednesday. Her title reign was a lot to be desired, and they've done nothing with her. Just so underutilized. And I may as well get this in very quickly in a little bit. I mean, Chris Statlander is another one I could see jump ship. What did they do to her, man? She was even in a TMZ interview this week and saying she's trying to find herself in AEW, and you watched the interview during it, you can see her crying with her current status in AEW. I don't blame her.
What was the quote she said? What was the quote she said? I didn't watch the whole interview, but I've seen that one clip.
Yeah, if I can find it.
What's the quote?
It was apparently it was after the a strap match loss to Thekla, where she lost the AEW Women's World Title to Thekla.
I think this interview. I think the interview was the day before, but I think they announced the on Collision last week. They announced the strap match with Statlander and Thekla. They announced it on Collision. Yeah. Then on Tuesday, I think this may have been filmed already. I think she may have already recorded that podcast.
And this is what she said. It's been a very long up and down road with me. I've made some bad decisions. This guy knows, pointing to Orange Cassidy. I'm sorry, by the way, but it just means so much to me that all of you still come out here and support me and support all of AEW. And then she says, she also says in the interview, honestly, so many times I wanted to give up, but those of you that stay true with me, no matter what I've done, I'm going to keep hurting myself like this for all of you. You're all out this world. I love you all. Don't try any of this at home. I'll try and become champion for a third time, maybe be a Grand Slam champion at one point. And there is a point in this interview where she was crying, where Stat was crying.
So, she didn't even say anything bad about Tony. She didn't even say anything bad about AEW.
Can you blame Chris Statlander? I feel bad for Chris Statlander, how Tony Khan has booked her. Awful.
I'm listening to these quotes. I'm looking at these comments. What did she even say bad about her booking?
She said nothing. She did nothing wrong. She did nothing wrong.
She said nothing bad about Tony or AEW.
And now Tony Khan's gonna punish her and send her to Guantanamo Bay for no good fucking reason.
Why? Because she feels she lets the fans down. It's not her fault that she has had no story since winning the championship.
And also she won the world title, right? Her title reign, a lot to be desired, and it's not her fault. And I blame Tony Khan and AEW for booking her reign like shit.
Who did she feud with? Who? What story did she have in her title reign that was so mesmerizing and so entertaining?
Fought Jamie Hayter, who's dead to rights.
Yeah. She was facing an ice cold Tony Storm.
Yeah,
Jamie Hayter, who basically had done absolutely fuck all with.
Feuding with Thekla with no fucking story, no build, no heat.
Yeah, she faced Mercedes Moné, who nobody wanted to win. Nobody wanted to see win the fucking women's title because she already had 20 fucking belts.
Yeah,
and this was when Mercedes was the TBS champion.
It's not even Stat's fault that her reign was booked like shit.
What did she do? What? Did she face Mina in a Dynamite main event?
Yeah.
I like Statlander and Mina, but really? A Dynamite main event? And what was the story? What, Mina tried to win the women's title back for Tony?
Bro, there was no story.
Yeah, that was probably the story. What was Statlander doing? What, feuding with Wheeler Useless?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, because I think they were doing these months-long segments with the Death Riders courting Statlander, trying to convince her to join the group.
Wrestling Marina Shafir, please.
Yeah, exciting stuff there.
No wonder her title reign was so piss poor. And you
that's how you know her
Khan's
title reign was. That's how you start off a title reign in the worst way. Have the Death Riders involved. Have We Are Useless involved.
Awful.
And
Chris Statlander, man, was crying in this interview. I don't blame her whatsoever.
I feel sorry for her. Like, she doesn't deserve this. Like, she's a sweet human being. She's a good wrestler. I know she's battled injuries.
She's so beloved too.
Yeah, like she's battled injuries. I know how painful her ACL injuries were.
Yeah.
Like, she shouldn't feel, did she let anybody down? Like, she didn't. What does she need to apologize for?
And you think Chris Statlander just wants to Chris Statlander wants to wrestle, but you really think Chris Statlander doesn't want to advance in her career, doesn't want to grow? You don't think Chris Statlander cares about her career and loves her career and loves what she does and has the passion and really wants to go far and see where she can go and challenge herself? You don't think she really wants to advance her career and go as far as she can?
I mean, I'm not saying she should leave AEW or all that. Like, I mean, she didn't say anything bad about them.
But if she's one of the future next to jump ship, I would not be surprised, and I would not blame her.
Booking, in terms of the match with Tekla, like, you're booking her, you have the Triangle of Madness. You have Sky Blue and Julia Hart interfering. Be made to look out like some Saturday morning losers. Like, made to look like Sunday Night Heat jobbers.
Yeah.
Only to have Tekla win anyway. In the most uninspiring way imaginable.
Yeah. I don't know when Chris Statlander's AEW deal runs out, but I'm telling you right now, bro, as soon as her AEW contract expires, I would not be surprised. And honestly, I think it would be right for her career at this point. Make the jump from AEW to WWE. Like, she's been there since day one, 2019. She's done everything. And again, like I said moments ago, you don't think she'd want to grow and with her career and advance in her career? You know, like you don't think she cares about her career and loves what she does? Like, I think, honestly, and especially the way Tony Khan has booked her, I think Chris Statlander going to WWE, honestly, is the right move. Can you imagine Chris Statlander having matches and stories with Rhea Ripley, Io Sky, Asuka, Blake Monroe, Jada Parker, Kendall Gray, Sol Ruka, JC Jane? The list goes on and on. Bianca Belair, Jade Cargill, who Chris Statlander, and correct me if I'm wrong, didn't she take the TBS title off Jade Cargill?
Yeah.
So there's a history there. Relive it on SmackDown. Chris Statlander, Jade Cargill. Chris Statlander against Tiffany Stratton. Against people like them. Alexa Bliss, Charlotte Flair, Chelsea Green, Julia, Stephanie Vetcare, Roxanne Perez, Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Bayley, Lyra Valkyria, Becky
She's
Lynch.
best friends with Bayley too.
Yeah. Yeah. I really think whenever her contract with AEW is up, I honestly think her making the jump to WWE is the right move to make. And I think it would be career-wise, it's the right move. Like, Tony Khan can throw all the money he wants at her. It's not going to keep her to stay in AEW. And if she's this unhappy and wants out, I don't blame her. I honestly,
you know what's going to happen though? You know what's going to happen? Tony's going to add injury time to her deal. Because, he'll absolutely do it. I mean, he's petty.
And it's shitty, too. It's like Vince McMahon adding injury time, tacking injury time, because Tony Khan knows where she's going to go if she's this unhappy.
And what's he going to do anyway? She's going to continue
He has like 8 different fucking burners, one of them being Ron. You don't think he knows where she wants to be?
Or Dawn?
Or who? Yeah. Ron, Dawn.
Bron.
Yeah. But like
what is he gonna do anyway? What he's gonna now that she lost the belt, where does she go from here now?
Only down from here. She's gonna be directionless as fuck. And why? It's like she loses the world title, right? It's only down from there. And you really think Tony Khan has plans for her after she loses the world title? Give me a fucking break.
You know what's gonna happen?
Tony
She's gonna
Khan-
lose again.
Tony
They're gonna book a
Khan
rematch.
doesn't have any
Thekla.
plans for
She's gonna lose
90%
again.
of his roster. You really think he has plans for Statlander? If you think Tony Khan has any legit plans for Statlander after losing the title, you're an idiot.
I'll tell you the plan. She's gonna lose to Thekla again in a rematch.
Yep.
We're gonna be getting months of Statlander against Sky Blue and Julia Hart.
And the Triangle of Madness for several months, rinse and repeat, which nobody asked for, by the way. What are we doing here?
It's awful.
Honestly, if I'm Chris Statlander, make the jump to WWE. I think it's the right move. You know, get her away from Tony Khan and AEW because they're not going to do shit with her. And Tony can throw money at her to get Chris Statlander to say, oh, it's great money in AEW. How could you turn that down? Chris Statlander is not that one that's just there for the money.
She could be getting paid more than Jon Moxley and Jericho combined, and she's still not going to be happy.
Tony
you could be the richest guy on the planet, but where's the happiness?
You can never put a price on happiness, bro. Never. Like, Tony can throw all the money he wants at Statlander is not that one that's just there for the money. Tony could throw all the money in the world at Statlander, could Tony Khan, and I'm pretty sure Statlander would still turn that down.
Yeah, but watching that interview, like, it's sad. Look at this, like, it's sad. Like, it's like, you know, it's not her fault, you know, for the booking. Like she does the best with it, and it's not like she threw Tony under the bus.
No.
If anything, why can't she have that type of character on television? Instead of having no story and random matches, why can't she show some personality on TV? She would actually get over.
Yeah. And I don't think Thekla's going to do, and I don't think Thekla's going to be rightful, and I don't think Thekla's going to be booked right as the AEW Women's World Champion either.
I mean, if you want to make something out of it, just bring that to television. You know, make something of that interview. Make that a part of Stat's story on AEW television. Maybe she can get over. People can get behind her.
Exactly. I don't think Tony Khan will do something like that. They could use something like that, but Tony won't do it. And I think Statlander's going to be punished for no reason sent to Guantanamo Bay until her deal's up. I honestly believe that. And can't help but feel really bad for Chris Statlander after with this interview she had here. How do you not feel bad for her?
It was depressing. Like I hope she doesn't feel down on herself.
It felt like a woman just broken. Like it felt like someone just like in a prison cell and they just really are trying to find a way out. Like they're stuck in a jail cell and just want out. Like they're stuck in a prison. That's what it feels like with Statlander now in AEW. It feels like she's stuck in a jail cell and it feels like there's no way out. And I feel horrible for her.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing for her. It's embarrassing for her colleagues. I mean, it's not Thekla's fault for the booking. It's not Statlander's fault for the booking. Like, they rushed the fucking match. And even before that, like, what were they doing with Stat's title reign?
Nothing. They did nothing with it. No story whatsoever.
And you're booking a strap match on Dynamite of all shows. Instead of giving the match more build and saving it for maybe Revolution, you're booking it on Dynamite. Like, why?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Statlander deserves better. As soon as your AEW deal's up, I absolutely see her making the jump to WWE, and I think it's the right move. And don't even sit there, oh, Statlander is a traitor if she goes to WWE. She's a turncoat. She turned on AEW. What are they going to do next?
Lie about her age? What are they going to do? Lie about her age?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh, well, she hates AEW. She stabbed in the back. She turned on wrestling. Oh, she turned on professional wrestling. No. Tony Khan turned his back on Chris Statlander. That's what happened. That's what happened. Chris Statlander is not that one that's just there for herself and the money. She wants to grow. And if she wants out, if she's this unhappy and wants out, do not sit there and fucking blame her. Blame Tony Khan and his shit AEW creative for the reason why Chris Statlander and her title reign was booked so horribly and so terribly. Blame Tony Khan for that, not Chris Statlander. Unbelievable to me. Moving on to Swerve Strickland, comments on Chris Jericho's AEW his future in wrestling. Says wherever Jericho wants to go, stay in AEW, go back to WWE. Jericho has my full support 100%. What happened?
I keep getting interrupted for some reason.
Yeah.
Not by you.
No. I know, but all good though. But Swerve Strickland, we will not waste much time on this at all. Swerve Strickland comments on Chris Jericho's future, whether he stays in AEW or makes the jump back to WWE. He supports him wherever he goes. And Swerve's a professional, and I respect Swerve for that take very much.
Honestly, what this says to me, more than anything, is that Jericho's gone. That's pretty much what Swerve is saying, that Jericho is not working in AEW anymore.
Yeah. For some reason, he's still on the roster page. Like I said moments ago, I think Tony Khan is super desperate to keep Chris Jericho because he knows where he's going to go. And Tony really doesn't want Jericho going back to WWE. What happens when Jericho does come back to WWE? It's going to make Tony Khan look that much more stupid.
Like, what does Tony have to lose anyway? Like, what is he going to get out of Jericho?
Either way, Tony Khan looks bad. So what's the difference?
Literally.
You know?
Like, even Swerve is pretty much saying that Jericho isn't even working there anymore.
I would say if Chris Jericho coming back to WWE is still happening, at this point, I would say Jericho returns to WWE similar how Cody Rhodes came back to WWE in 2022 at WrestleMania 38 Night 1 in Dallas. And he is a mystery opponent for a match on one of the nights at WrestleMania in Las Vegas at this point, if that's still in the plans, if that's still going to happen.
Yeah.
Either that or have Jericho return on the Raw after Mania. Who knows?
Yeah, but I think we still see him back in some way.
Yeah. Now, if he wrestles on one of the nights at WrestleMania this year in Las Vegas, WrestleMania 42, have him be a mystery opponent for like a LA night, because apparently, according to the Observer, LA Knight Brock Lesnar is probably happening at Mania. I don't believe that. Take it with a grain of salt. I would say LA Knight, Chris Jericho, and Jericho's a mystery opponent for LA Knight. And I would say that makes more sense. Or they could do this. Sami Zayn, I thought, would have qualified for the Elimination Chamber last night on SmackDown, which I thought had its moments, but it wasn't. It just the 3 hours. Let's be real. It was not good. The 3 hours just dragged. And Cody Rhodes qualified, unfortunately, for the Chamber, and Sami was made to look like a geek, and so was Drew McIntyre. Sami Zayn is not going to the Chamber, and I think Cody Rhodes could very well win the Chamber. I think Orton should win, but I think Cody wins. And we get Jacob Fatu added, and you got to add Orton there to make it better. But with that being said, Sami Zayn is not going to the Chamber. What you do with Sami Zayn at WrestleMania, I don't know. I don't know if he even makes the card this year. I don't know at this point.
If LA Knight doesn't face Jericho, if it's not gonna be LA Knight, then you put Sami Zayn in there against Chris Jericho.
With Sami Zayn versus a mystery opponent, and Sami Zayn goes, Nick Aldis, I want on WrestleMania. I really want a WrestleMania. And there's a mystery opponent tease for Sami Zayn at WrestleMania, and ends up being Chris Jericho. That could probably be.
Yeah.
That could probably be. If we do LA Knight Brock Lesnar, which I don't think should happen.
I think LA Knight is gonna still be working with the Vision.
Yeah. I don't think LA Knight should get Brock Lesnar at all. I don't think Knight should get Lesnar at all. If we don't do LA Knight Brock Lesnar, LA Knight Chris Jericho, if we get LA Knight versus Brock Lesnar, which shouldn't be, Sami Zayn, if he makes Mania, Sami Zayn versus Chris Jericho could probably be a possibility. Now, it'll be Chris Jericho with SmackDown. I think Jericho fits more Raw. That's just me. But I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, but I mean, last year, Sami wasn't even on the WrestleMania card.
No, he wasn't. He was off the card.
Would he miss back-to-back years? No.
He was at WrestleMania 40 in Philly, going for the Intercontinental title. He's not been on Mania in a couple of years.
Yeah, his last Mania match was the one in Philly with Gunther.
Yeah.
So I think Sami makes the card this year, man. I think LA Knight works one of the Vision members, Theory or Logan Paul, Bronson Reed. I think Lesnar will face Oba.
Wait. LA Knight and Austin Theory's a WrestleMania match? Come on.
On the pre-show.
Well,
Yeah.
they don't do LA Knight in the pre-show either. WrestleMania.
That's exactly where it will be if it's on the card. It'll be on the pre-show, yeah. But maybe LA Knight, if you're gonna book maybe all three members of the division, maybe a trios match in some capacity.
Probably.
I don't know if they will do that.
Yeah.
But
Or
maybe
if you have
he
LA
works with one of
Knight
the
versus.
division members. If
Or
I
if you
were to call,
Go ahead.
if I were to have LA Knight against the member of the division, maybe LA Knight and Bronson Reed.
But is that really wrestling? That's like more of a mid-card match.
And we're gonna have to figure a way to put Bronson Reed on the card.
This is actually what I may think of, actually. Now, if we get
After they
LA
get
Knight on
Bronson
the
Reed
card
had, why would
versus
you take him off
division, so if we get Bronson Reed, Logan Paul, Austin Theory, the Vision on the card, 6-man tag at WrestleMania, Logan Paul, Austin Theory, and Bronson Reed of the Vision, they face LA Knight and LA Knight's 2 tag team partners. Now, if Seth Rollins is back in time for WrestleMania, and Seth Rollins, LA Knight have their differences, they put their differences aside for one night, and they face the Vision, Reed, Logan, and Theory, and they face LA Knight, Seth Rollins, and a third person. Apparently, this man could be back on WWE TV soon. He appeared on the halftime Super Bowl, Bad Bunny.
I wouldn't hate it.
I don't know how you feel about Bad Bunny, Seth Rollins, and LA Knight versus Logan Paul, Bronson Reed, and Austin Theory at WrestleMania. Apparently, it was supposed to be Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns at WrestleMania for the world title, and Seth Rollins got injured. Then it was going to be Braun Punk, and then Breaker Seth, stuff like that. And now Braun Breaker's out with a hernia injury. We don't know if Braun Breaker's missing Mania. He might miss Mania, unfortunately. Hopefully he's back in time by Mania, but I don't know anymore at this point with that.
I think it depends on whether Braun Breaker will be out for long.
Yeah.
It's still in the early stages of the surgery.
It is.
To see if it's bad, if the standard surgery, these if you have a hernia surgery and you go the standard surgery, I think it's and if he's not going to be out for too long, I think it's only going to be 4 or 6 weeks where Braun Breaker is not going to be on WWE television.
They did say Braun Breaker could be out at the most 6 months, which would make him miss WrestleMania, which I hope is not the case.
Yeah, I hope it's not the case. I think Roman, I believe he was out for only 2 months.
Yes, 2-3 months.
He had his hernia 10 years ago, or hernia surgery. So if Braun Breaker is out now, early February, maybe he could return maybe in early April, and you can still do Braun Breaker and Seth Rollins at WrestleMania.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I just hope the hernia injury is not that bad. And apparently he flipped over the table on Raw and Philly, the Raw after the Royal Rumble this year. He flipped some announce table over when he was wreaking havoc to start chaos with Raw. And apparently that's how it aggravated the hernia injury. I don't know if I'd say that started it, but it's like there was some rumor the WWE knew he was hurt and they had him in the Rumbles, be eliminated in seconds, the first one out in seconds anyway. I don't know how true that is. It's coming from Meltzer as well. Take that with a grain of salt, but that would be reckless. That would be reckless on WWE's behalf, but irresponsible on WWE's behalf. But apparently he's had this hernia injury for a while, and flipping over the announce table on the Raw to the Rumble this year in Philly, that aggravated the injury, and then apparently he needed the surgery, and he got the surgery for his hernia.
Yeah, no, if he was having the hernia injury for a while, this can explain his early elimination from the Royal Rumble.
Though I did read it had nothing to do with the injury, it had to do with the creative with the Rumble. I don't know if it's according to Mike Johnson.
Weird. It's still weird that you have him. He was one of the favorites for the Rumble. You were building the show around him, and then he just out just like that.
Yeah,
it's straight. There had to be good reason for it, and if it was because of the hernia injury, then I can understand it.
Yeah, but I'm really hoping Braun Breaker's hernia is not that serious, and hopefully he makes.
Hopefully he's still back in time for me. Hopefully he gets it to 100%.
Now, if Braun Breaker makes WrestleMania, Braun Breaker for Seth Rollins. If not, if Braun Breaker doesn't make Mania, Seth Rollins, LA Knight, Bad Bunny versus Logan Paul, Austin Theory, Bronson Reed, 6-man tag.
Yeah.
Have LA Knight and Seth Rollins put their differences aside for one night. Then you got Bad Bunny. Apparently, and if you watch on social media before the Super Bowl, Logan Paul says they're excited about the halftime. He said sarcastically, "No." Yeah. I think Logan Paul. I don't know if he was in character or not. But I don't know if Logan Paul was in character or not, but
I think he was.
Then Bad Bunny was did perform in halftime. Whether you understood the Spanish or not, or subtitles or not, that's someone's give or take, or someone's so be it. That's on them. But I think whether I either liked it or hated his performance, I don't think he did that bad, honestly. I thought he did pretty good. Now, I watched Bad Bunny halftime and also Kid Rock halftime. I watched both. I thought both did very good for halftime, in my honest opinion. Now, Bad Bunny, I don't think he did a bad job for this Super Bowl halftime performance, and he does have a good relationship with Triple H and WWE. I think he has a good relationship with Logan Paul as well.
Yeah.
And I know some people hating on Bad Bunny with the language and Spanish and Puerto Rican, and I think Jake Paul said something, then Logan Paul had to say, whoa. Puerto Rico is part of America, and Bad Bunny is actually very talented.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Logan Paul is good with Bad Bunny.
Yeah, he's good with him.
I think
he attended several of his concerts.
Yeah, I think they're good friends and something. And some people are pitching, Bad Bunny and Logan Paul for WrestleMania. Book it. I don't know if I'd say that one-on-one, but if Bron Breakker is out and doesn't make Mania, then I would say probably do Austin Theory, Logan Paul, Bronson Reed, 6-man tag at WrestleMania versus Rollins, LA Knight, and Bad Bunny.
Yeah. And then you can book Sami Zayn in there with Jericho.
Brock Lesnar should also absolutely get Oba Femi. I really hope Oba Femi doesn't sign the SmackDown contract and signs with Raw. I really do. And Raw has a depleted roster with Seth Rollins out and Bron Breakker out. Raw could absolutely use someone like Oba Femi.
Yeah. With the Raw, on that roster, the Vision storyline, it hasn't gone the way they envisioned. No pun intended.
And it all started when Seth Rollins got injured in Perth, Australia last October doing a coast-to-coast diving headbutt. I don't know why we're even still doing the flying headbutt in 2026 in wrestling. I don't.
Yeah.
Seth Rollins should have never done the coast-to-coast flying headbutt. That's how he injured his shoulder. And had Seth Rollins not got hurt, what you're seeing on WWE TV now on Raw and SmackDown was not supposed to be at all. And had Seth Rollins not got hurt, not only what you're seeing now would not have happened, what was supposed to happen, I guarantee you, would have been so much better than what you're seeing now. And television would be so much better off for it, and we would have been so much better had Seth not got hurt. Like, what you're seeing now was not the original plans at all. Anything that had originally planned if Seth not got hurt would have been a lot better and would have been much better television than what we're getting right now. Imagine if Seth Rollins did not get injured.
Yeah, it would be Seth Rollins going into WrestleMania as the World Heavyweight Champion. It would be him versus Roman Reigns. CM Punk was supposed to have won the Elimination Chamber in his hometown, and he would have faced Cody for the WWE Championship.
We were robbed big time of Cody and Punk at this year's Mania in Las Vegas for the WWE title with Seth's injury. Imagine if Seth didn't get injured. It would have been so much better.
Honestly, the biggest beneficiary out of all this is Drew McIntyre. The guy who benefited the most from Rollins getting hurt is McIntyre, because he's now the one who's going to go into Mania as the champion.
And if Seth didn't get hurt, and if it would have done Cody and Drew 3 stages of hell in Berlin, Germany on SmackDown, Drew would have lost and he would have been buried, dead to rights at that point.
Yeah.
Now I would feel bad for McIntyre, but if it led to Cody and Punk, you get no complaints from me. That's one of the biggest matches they can do for WrestleMania, Cody Rhodes for CM Punk. And I wouldn't even do that match for next year's Mania in Saudi. That deserves to be on American soil. So they may have to hold off on that match until 2028 at least.
Or at least SummerSlam.
I would do that at WrestleMania, honestly. I would do it at WrestleMania. That's like a big WrestleMania match. That's just me.
Yeah, but with Seth Rollins, he's injured. Yeah, he did that dumb spot, that coast to coast headbutt, and it injures his shoulder. Now Brock, which is why they had the Rush division breakup of Seth Rollins.
And had Seth and Roman happened at Mania for the world title this year at WrestleMania 42, I don't know if I think Seth would have retained, but Braun Breaker turning on Seth out of the Vision, with Breaker turning on Seth at Mania would have happened at Mania had Seth not got hurt, and we would have gotten Seth and Braun as a story coming out of Mania, and that would have been great.
Yeah, because that's why they rushed the turn, because it felt very, very rushed.
At that point, they had no choice.
So basically, they took a story that was supposed to have lasted for like 6 months, and they had to accelerate it because they needed to find a way to get Seth Rollins off the television show and vacate the World Championship.
Television would have been so much better than what we're getting now had Seth Rollins not gotten hurt.
Yeah, so now Rollins is hurt.
The Seth Rollins injury really fucked up Triple H's plans of what he really wanted to do.
Yeah, like now Rollins is hurt. Braun Breaker may potentially not make WrestleMania. This Vision storyline is completely cursed.
Yeah,
literally, it's completely cursed. The two most important guys, the two guys that they were building this storyline around, they're not on the shelf, and it's the faction is all over the place on Raw.
Yeah, and now you have no choice, but now Cody and Punk could have been a choice at this year's Mania, but it was going to be Seth, Roman, Cody, Punk. Seth's down with injury. Now Roman Reigns' status for WrestleMania up in the air. And I don't know who would come up with a Cody Roman idea again. That has to be a Bruce Pritchard Road Dogg idea.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah,
and then Drew McIntyre wins the title. Cody Rhodes pitched and lobbied for the idea of him dropping the title. Drew McIntyre's 3 Stages of Hell. And Drew said I should win. Cody said I should win. And apparently Cody went to Triple H, told him this, and Triple H said okay and gave him the green light, and he listened, rightfully so. And we got Drew McIntyre winning 3 Stages of Hell, winning the WWE Championship. And then Roman Reigns' WrestleMania status was up in the air. Then Roman and Cody went out of the window when Drew McIntyre won 3 Stages of Hell in the title from Cody. And then Roman wins the Rumble. The big Roman and Drew would not mind because there's a story with Drew McIntyre being the Bloodline Hunter over like a year ago or something like that. But Roman and Punk is a big match you could do. It's a big match you could do. And at that point, you could have done Punk and Cody this year's Mania, but again, like I said, the obvious stuff I just recently said. Punk and Roman was one of the bigger. Punk and Roman at that point. Who else was there on Raw for Punk to face?
Yeah, like who was he gonna face? Legitimately, like the only guy that you could have done, unless Roman had chosen McIntyre, and you had done McIntyre and Roman.
But then who does CM Punk face? Had AJ Styles not retired at the Royal Rumble, Punk and AJ.
Yeah, I mean you could have done that, but AJ's now retired, and we're going to talk more about him. But like AJ's retired, or is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finn Balor's
getting Gunther.
Finn Balor's CM Punk. CM Punk Gunther. No, we've been there, done that.
Finn Balor and Punk are like maybe, but no. Well, like legitimately, which other guy that you could have booked?
And Punk and Balor is happening because you're getting
Balor against the Mania.
And Punk and Balor is happening because you're doing the right thing, because you're getting because what you're doing is getting Finn Balor out of the Judgment Day as he should.
Yeah.
And I do think we get Finn Balor at WrestleMania wrestling Dominic Mysterio for the Intercontinental title.
Yeah, but so realistically, legitimately, who else could Punk have faced?
There was no. They had a depleted roster when Seth went down, and then Braun Breaker's down with injury.
Yeah, so like who else? They legitimately had to do Punk and Roman, and Roman was planned anyway to challenge for the World Heavyweight Championship. It was always planned to win the Rumble. So you had another guy who was honestly just as big of a star, if not bigger, than Rollins. I think Punk is the bigger star. You had Punk in there, who's and he's healthy. He's not injured, thank God. You can you can have him versus Roman 1-on-1 and main event WrestleMania for the World Championship.
Yeah. But really, imagine if Seth not got hurt. WrestleMania this year would have looked a lot better, and I'm very sure the television you're seeing now would have been a lot better had Seth not got hurt.
Yeah,
off
things
a
would look.
stupid spot with a flying headbutt via coast-to-coast version. I don't know why we're still doing the diving headbutt, the flying headbutt in 2026. Dynamite Kid did it, and he ended up in a wheelchair. Chris Benoit did it for years, and then obviously we all know what happened. Sadly, when he killed his wife and son, when he killed his wife and 7-year-old son before committing suicide in the double murder-suicide incident back in late June 2007. And then Chris
Harley
Benoit
Race.
and all the unprotected chair shots and the flying headbutt led to Chris Benoit's CTE as well.
Yeah, Harley Race. He innovated the diving headbutt. He did the diving headbutt for decades, and he had spinal issues.
Yeah. And Chad Gable is doing the move now, and even Chad Gable / El Grande Americano, the original one. I mean, he does it as he does a safer version of it, but even with the safer version of that move, still, every time I see the flying headbutt, I cringe every time I see it because
it causes
of,
head injuries. It could cause even concussions.
And just it's just like the flying headbutt, the flying headbutt from the top rope is not a good move in wrestling. If as far as long-term health goes and is concerned, the flying headbutt is not a good move as far as it really screws up your health long-term. It's not good. And even I think Dynamite Kid or Harley Race even said, don't do this move. It fucks you up big time as far as your health is overall is concerned. Don't do that. It's like they said pretty much simply, don't do this move. Don't do the move.
Honestly, every company should ban the
Even
diving
Daniel
headbutt.
Bryan Danielson does it, and you see him nowadays having neck problems.
He retired the first time because of concussions.
Yeah, concussions. Yeah, that retired for 2 years with concussions. Well,
how many times he did the diving headbutt that exacerbated his injuries?
And now Daniel Bryan, I think recently he fled on a plane or something, like he had neck problems. Now he's dealing with neck injuries. He can barely move his neck.
Yeah, how much of that has to do with the diving headbutt?
Yeah.
Okay, every company should ban the diving headbutt. Legitimately, WWE, AEW, TNA.
Yeah, they should ban
this move.
I think, yeah, WWE after that Seth Rollins incident in Perth last October, I really think they should ban that move. I don't know even why Seth even did that move. That was stupid.
Yeah.
Really stupid.
It was only going to end in one way. It wasn't good.
No. That spot should have never happened. Ever.
Yeah, but just one spot. If that one spot does not happen, it's amazing how different WrestleMania looks like. If Seth Rollins was healthy this entire time.
Yeah. And not just WrestleMania. I'm sure the product as well, what you're seeing now. Probably a very good chance, more likely 9 times out of 10, what you're seeing now was not supposed to be, and what was originally supposed to happen would have been much better, and television and the product would have been TV, and what you're seeing on TV would have been a hell of a lot better than what we're seeing now had Seth not got injured. That spot should have never happened, point blank. WWE should really ban the diving headbutt.
Yeah. Every company for that matter should ban it.
Yeah. Moving on to, might as well talk about this really quick, not waste too much time. We did, speaking of Daniel Bryan Danielson, he says he doesn't close out the door for a return to the ring. I don't know what else Bryan could do that he hasn't done. I would say maybe more of a part-time, but I would honestly say it's time for Bryan to slow it down a bit in that ring.
Yeah.
With the history of concussions and neck problems, I think
he should spend more time with his wife and children. I don't think he needs to be traveling all the time.
No, and he's done everything as a full-time performer and doing the crazy dives and the flying headbutts and all the stuff where he puts his neck on the line and stuff like that. I don't think part-time, I would say yes, but I would say he kind of needs to really slow it down out there, honestly, as far as what he does in the ring. And
he's not even competing in the ring. He's not even competing in the ring, so why is he still traveling? If your health is not, if you're not even at 100%, you don't even have to travel. Just take care of yourself first.
Yeah.
And he's wrestled for so long. You know, he's like for the better part of 25 years, he's wrestled for so long. I think he needs a rest.
I agree. This just like Brian doesn't need to prove anything else in wrestling anymore. He's done it all in the business. I would honestly say part-time or just like maybe, and I hate to say because I love Bryan Danielson, maybe it's and the guy is a WWE Hall of Famer, no questions asked. Maybe it's time for him to kind of call it a career at some point.
Yeah.
You know, especially if the neck problems are really doing it in on him. I would say maybe it's God telling him it's time to slow it down out there. You know, that's a thought. Maybe it's God telling Bryan Danielson, listen, you know, you're having all these neck problems. I don't think you should be returning to the ring out there.
At least not anytime soon. Not until you're healed.
Yeah.
Not until you're 100%.
Yeah, which I don't think you'll ever be 100% again, honestly. But we also move on to the next topic of discussion, AJ Lee, Becky Lynch. Now, they were announced for the Elimination Chamber for the Women's IC title. Apparently, they're still planned for WrestleMania 42 with one of the matches on one of the nights at WrestleMania 42. Now, again, AJ and Becky is booked in Chicago at the Chamber for the Women's IC title. I don't think this is one and done. I won't waste too much time, I think. We won't waste too much time on this. I don't think this is one and done. I think they do this match at Mania. I don't know how you feel. Maybe put the Women's IC title on AJ Lee and holds it for like 2 months, drops it back to Becky at WrestleMania.
No.
Because you can play the story where Becky's never beaten AJ. She lost to AJ at WrestlePalooza, lost to AJ in War Games. She could lose to AJ in Chicago, in AJ's home turf with her husband CM Punk. Then Becky Lynch could win it back at WrestleMania. Because what else do you? Because do you really want to see Natty and Maxine Dupree in the Women's IC title picture going into WrestleMania?
No. Does Becky though need to lose and then win it back? Like, I don't think it's necessary.
I don't know. Maybe because it's her hometown, or
I don't think it's necessary. Like Becky already lost twice to AJ. She already lost to Maxine Dupree. She was eliminated by Natalya, the Rumble. I think she needs the win. I think she could use the win more.
Now, if Becky retains, how do you do this finish at the Chamber? Do you do some kind of fuck finish? But I don't know if that's the right move, because that would really piss off the Chicago crowd. You do need something for that. I don't think a non-finish is the way to go. I would honestly give AJ Lee the belt, and she doesn't even hold it for that long. Holds it for like a month and a half, loses it right back to Becky Lynch, and Becky could finally beat AJ at WrestleMania. Because what else do you do? Because what else do you do with Becky and AJ for WrestleMania? If Becky retains, what else do you do with that? Do you do like a fatal
four-way? They didn't even wait until WrestleMania to do their first match.
Like, did you do a fatal four-way for the Women's IC title at WrestleMania? Include Maxine Dupree and Natty? No, nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. So, I would say
AJ can win the IC title at the Chamber. I just don't see it happening. I think Becky needs to win.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to think, like, what would be, the way to go. It's just, I don't know. I think AJ could probably win the title. There's a chance AJ Lee wins the IC title at the Elimination Chamber. She could always drop the belt back right to Becky Lynch at WrestleMania. That could always be a possibility. So that's just my opinion, because I'm just trying to think of what else scenario you could do. And I don't think a non-finish is the way to go. You're just going to piss off that Chicago crowd, and that's something WWE does not need, is another fuck finish and playing it safe. They don't need that. They played it safe the past year. They don't need to do that also at the Chamber. They don't need to do that. They really need to do good for the Chamber. The Rumble was disappointing. They need to do well with this Chamber PLE in Chicago. And I don't know if a non-finish with Becky and AJ at the Chamber is really the way to go. Just saying.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. We also got Bianca Belair news. Apparently she is to be involved at WrestleMania as well. In which way, I don't know. I don't think she's in the chamber. I heard some rumors she could take someone out at the chamber and replace someone in the chamber match. I don't see that. I don't know if that's the way to go. But Bianca, I don't know if but Jade Cargill's title reign, man. Let's talk about that a little bit. Not too long, but a little bit. Jade Cargill's women's title reign, 100 days as champion, not a good reign. One of the worst women's champions I've ever seen. And I think they're just waiting for Bianca Belair to get back. And honestly, looking at the SmackDown women's division, the state of it, Bianca Belair cannot come back fast enough, man. That SmackDown women's division is absolutely fucking terrible. It is awful. So fucking bad. And Jade Cargill is not working out as women's champion. She sucks. I'm sorry, Jade Cargill is not working out at all. I don't know what's up.
Who do they even have her face?
I don't know what's up with Bianca.
She's supposed to feud with.
She fought Jordynne Grace last night on SmackDown. Not a bad match, but she lost. But she beat Jordynne Grace, and it wasn't bad. But that's because Jordynne Grace knows how to wrestle, and she basically carried Jade Cargill. She's fought Tiffany Stratton as Jade Cargill. Nobody wants to see that again at WrestleMania. If Bianca's not in the chamber, I'm actually going Charlotte Flair to win the chamber. We get Charlotte and Jade at WrestleMania. I think because no one wants to see Jade and Tiffany again.
That's honestly the biggest match you could do for Jade right now. Jade versus Charlotte.
And Charlotte and Jade Cargill was teased a couple years ago in late 2023 when Jade Cargill was first appearing on WWE television. That's one big match you could do because Jade and Tiffany, we've been there. Jade and Tiffany, we've been there, done that. We want to see that again.
The problem is though, what do you do with Bliss at WrestleMania? Because they're telling the story with her.
I would have Bliss come out for Charlotte. Jade could retain, but Bliss cost Charlotte the title at WrestleMania, and Bliss turns on Charlotte, and Bliss and Charlotte feud after WrestleMania.
Maybe.
And Jade retains because of Bliss's help, and Bliss turns heel, turns on Charlotte.
Yeah, but do they take her off the card though?
Now, Charlotte is in a chamber qualifying match. Charlotte Flair is next week on SmackDown facing Kiana James and Nia Jax. I'm going Charlotte to qualify for the chamber. And I would say Charlotte, and I would actually give the chamber win to Charlotte.
That's honestly what they should go with.
If Bianca Belair is not back in time for Mania, or is not going to be back for Mania, I'm doing Charlotte and Jade at WrestleMania. Now,
that's honestly the biggest match they could do right now. Realistically, they haven't done it before.
Now, if it's Jade and Charlotte at Mania, I don't know how you include Bianca Belair in there. It's like a referee. I don't know what you do with her. Or what if we do this? Bianca Belair's a referee for that Jade and Charlotte match at WrestleMania, but it's Jade's a heel. Jade can retain because Bianca. What if Bianca is the referee for that match if that happens at Mania? And Bianca goes heel, costs Charlotte the title, and Jade and Bianca are a heel duo on SmackDown with Jade as women's champion. And Bianca goes heel, joins Jade, and costs Charlotte the title at WrestleMania against Jade.
Maybe you could certainly make a big buzz about it,
and that could be a face Charlotte heel Bianca feud. There's a story there.
Yeah, but I don't see them turning Bianca heel this quickly when she comes back. I think they want Bianca versus Jade.
Or if Bianca comes back before Mania on SmackDown and announces a referee. I mean, we don't know how. I mean, maybe the hand injury to Bianca Belair is that bad. We don't know.
Like is she even gonna be like? That's why I say, is she even gonna make WrestleMania?
She really injured her hand that bad she injured a couple fingers, but I mean, geez, man, the injury was that bad. Had to have been. She's been out for.
It had to have been. Like, why do you think she's not back yet? Like, that had to have been this bad. Which is why she's not in the chamber.
So I don't know what's going on with Bianca Belair, man. It looks like the injury is that bad than we expected it to be. I don't know.
Like this company, WWE, Triple H, like they're handicapped basically with all these injuries, stifling their plans this year for Mania. Seth Rollins, Braun Breaker, Bianca Belair, Kevin Owens.
Yeah. Kevin Owens' presence is sorely missed, and they absolutely could use him, and they need him. Kevin Owens back would make the product and television a hell of a lot better.
Like all
They
these
really
guys,
need him. Like his presence is, you can feel his presence is missed.
Like all these, all the, they're big stars. Like, they're missing from this year's WrestleMania, and with these injuries piling up, Triple H has to change plans constantly. It has to be stressful, in that creative boardroom.
And dealing with and yes, he's played it safe the past year, but then you got him dealing with fucking rats like Bruce Pritchard and Road Dogg.
Yeah, like what must be going through his mind right now? Having to change plans consistently, basically every week. And this is supposed to be the biggest weekend for the company. You're heading into WrestleMania, and you're having to change plans consistently because of outside circumstances.
And apparently, there's rumors that, and this is now this is coming from the Observer. Dave Meltzer is saying Triple H is facing internal criticism over changing the WrestleMania 42 plans constantly, saying that it's like Vince McMahon constantly changing plans on the fly and changing WrestleMania plans and stuff like that. And saying Triple H is facing internal criticism for constantly changing the plans regarding this year's WrestleMania.
Oh my God.
Now, I will say this. Again, if Seth didn't get hurt, you wouldn't have to change plans and wouldn't be. And to say Triple H like Vince with changing plans constantly, like this is just the WrestleMania plans because of injuries and having to pivot because of Seth's injury and stuff. But to say that Triple H changes plans constantly like Vince, how many times did we hear, like 5-6 years ago, that Vince McMahon, when he was in charge, he would show up late to Raw, SmackDown, especially like mostly Raw. Vince McMahon would show up late to the show, and whatever original script would have been on the show probably wouldn't have been a lot better than what Vince would produce. And Vince would show up late. He'd rip up the whole script, and Vince would rewrite the entire Raw show all by himself. And he would even change plans for Raw episode during Raw on the fly during the show when it would be on the air, right on the air. A match that was or segment that was supposed to be would get changed like on the fly when it was supposed to happen, then it get changed.
They were writing the show. Basically, they were writing the show in the middle of it.
Yeah, that was Vince McMahon. Triple H is not Vince McMahon and not Vince McMahon when it comes with as far as the changing plans. Triple H doesn't do what Vince does of constantly changing plans. The only reason he's changing plans of WrestleMania right now is because of Seth's injury and stuff. And this is not a weekly thing. Vince changed plans weekly all the time. Triple H doesn't do that. That's what Vince did. So to compare Triple H with Vince, and also compare to Vince with constantly changing plans every week, like how fucking ludicrous is that? Like, you've got to be shitting me on that one. No, this is not like Vince, where always like Vince changed the plans all the time, week in and week out, week after week. You don't see that with Triple H and his team.
This man tears up more scripts and changes them than he changes his own suits
or his underwear, or his own neckties. He wear the same red necktie every single week. He wouldn't change it.
Yeah, he changes the script more than he would change his neckties, his suit and ties.
Like I remember we always talk about it, and every story would leak out. Vince would show up late to Raw. He'd tear up the whole script that was supposed to be. He'd rip it right up and rewrite the show all by him fucking self. All by himself.
Like, bro, why are you showing up to the shows late? You're the fucking chairman. You're the booker. Why are you showing up to these shows late?
Yeah. And thank God Vince is not there anymore. It's not perfect under Triple H, but it's much better under him than when Vince was there. With Vince there, everyone was walking on eggshells, and you wouldn't know what's going on. And Vince would book for Vince. Like, the writers wouldn't even be allowed to pitch. The writers wouldn't even be allowed to pitch. They had to write for one man, Vince McMahon. Oh, what would Vince get a big kick out of? Oh, let's do this. Oh, we can't do that because Vince can't do that. We want to do this, but Vince will shoot it right down, or he'll just tear it right up. That was the mentality of Vince McMahon. Yet there are people that want Vince back. People who want
Oh.
Vince back are fucking nut jobs. They're mental.
Yeah, but eternal criticism. Eternal criticism. My fucking ass.
I mean, I
Eternal
could
criticism
see
my
what
ass.
the. I mean, I could see the internal criticism, but it's like the creative he's played safe the past year. But the Seth Rollins injury and stuff hasn't helped whatsoever.
What's he supposed to do?
Yeah.
You can't prevent injuries.
Seth Rollins is down. Braun Breaker's down. Bianca Belair's down. Raw has to deplete a roster because of Seth's injury, now Braun's injury. What else could you do?
Kevin
outside
Owens
of Cody and
is still
Punk?
down. Like Kevin
Yeah,
Owens
so-
is still down. He still hasn't came back yet. He's not going to be back in time for Mania.
And with Braun's injury, we don't even know if Seth's going to be back in time for Mania. They may delay that until Braun Breaker gets back. We don't know.
Yeah, like what is he supposed to do? My God.
I don't know, man. It's like if Seth Rollins didn't get injured, you would not be seeing these plans changing. At that point, there was no choice. You wouldn't be seeing what you're seeing now if Seth Rollins didn't end up getting on the injured list. Things would have been much better had he not gotten injured. So Triple H facing internal criticism over changing WrestleMania 42 plans constantly. I mean, he had little to work with. So at that point, what choice was there? So no, he's not like Vince with changing plans constantly. Vince did this like Triple H just with WrestleMania 42 plans because of certain injury circumstances with Seth Rollins, Bron Breakker, yada yada.
We'll be back.
Yes. So wait till Adam Carl gets back. But anyways, like Vince McMahon changed plans every single week. Triple H doesn't do that. Like, to compare Triple H changing WrestleMania 42 plans to Vince changing plans every week, it's two completely different things. And Triple H changing plans, at least there's a reason for it and something you can't control. Vince McMahon did this all the fucking time. Vince did this all the time. This is not what Triple H. This is not what Triple H. Had Seth not got hurt, you wouldn't be seeing this fucking mess you're seeing now with WrestleMania 42 plans this year if Seth not got hurt. That Seth Rollins not gotten injured. So that is my take on all of that. Moving on to the next topic of discussion. There's something else I want to talk about here real quick. Big E. Apparently, he has no grudge towards Ridge Holland now. Big E, like I said last week on episode 11, Big E is retired and doesn't wrestle anymore. Because of a neck injury spot with him and Ridge Holland on SmackDown 4 years ago in March 2022. Something like that. And Big E landed bad on his neck and injured and can't wrestle anymore because of it. And I seen these you see these death threats to Ridge Holland and stuff like that. And Ridge Holland did nothing wrong. The injuries happen anytime. And Ridge Holland even apologized to Big E. He was even the first one to see Big E in the hospital after Big E broke his neck 4 years ago. And Big E says he holds no grudge towards Ridge Holland whatsoever. And injuries happen. I mean, it's a physical sport. Pro wrestling is a very physical kind of sport. It's not like ballet or anything. So, and it wasn't even Ridge Holland's fault. It was nobody's fault. I mean, you can blame Vince McMahon for booking the ridiculous New Day and Brawling Brutes match on SmackDown in March 2022 with Vince's reckless booking. But that's a story for another time. But I mean, but Big E holds no grudges, as he should hold no grudges, and goes to show Big E is a professional. And Ridge Holland did nothing wrong here. And it happens, injuries happen, and it is unfortunate Big E can't wrestle anymore. It is very unfortunate. And his career was very cut short with his career in pro wrestling. and hopefully Big E's all right, but he says there was never any grudge towards Ridge Holland. Why would there be? So, because Ridge Holland, he did nothing wrong and stuff like that. And let me take a sip of my water before I lose my breath.
I'm back now.
And he's back. The man is back. Adam Carl is back. But like Big E, unfortunately, it sucks he can't wrestle anymore. But I'm glad he doesn't hold a grudge towards Ridge Holland at the end of the day. I mean, I don't know if Big E will ever wrestle again, but I don't know if it's ever happening. But I'm glad he still doesn't hold a grudge towards Ridge Holland. And nobody's at fault here with as far as Ridge Holland and Big E are concerned.
It was an accident.
Exactly. He did some belly to belly. Big E landed bad on his neck, and Ridge Holland getting these unnecessary death threats. And Ridge Holland even apologized to Big E, and he was the first one in the hospital to see Big E when Big E went in the hospital for neck surgery. So that was the other thing.
It's unfortunate for
Ridge
Big
Holland was
E.
very apologetic. He felt bad for Big E. He felt horrible.
It's like, it's unfortunate for Big E. This is how that his career ended. It's a damn shame. He doesn't get to end it on his own terms, but as sad as it is, he still had a great career. He won the WWE Championship.
Yep, won the WWE title, won Money in the Bank,
winner.
IC title twice, NXT champion.
It was a part of the New Day.
Yep, for several years. It sucks his career was cut so damn early and short. And if Big E had the opportunity to go back in time and change it, he would. But I mean, injuries happen anytime in pro wrestling. It's a physical sport, so nothing anyone can control at that point with an injury. I just hope the man Big E is okay, and unfortunately, he's retired. So then, moving on, we'll just talk about this AJ Styles thing as well. Apparently, AJ Styles and WWE reportedly, they're reportedly in talks for following AJ's retirement match. I don't know how you feel. I don't know if maybe AJ Styles wants to take some time off for a little bit, spend some time with his family for now. He does want to see his kids play sports on Fridays, I think. Wants to see his kids play sports more. He wants to be there more to see it. He spend more time with his family before making a decision whether he wants to stay with WWE. Apparently, AJ Styles and WWE were in talks with extending his deal going into the Royal Rumble, but nothing was made yet. Then he retired at the Rumble in Saudi. Now, it looks like he's still under contract, but if he was to be a free agent, AEW was said to be almost immediately offer him a contract or a deal. But it looks like right now he's still under contract.
Yeah, he's still under contract. I mean, we don't know what's going on with AJ, but I think watching his interview with Stephanie, I think he wants to be there more for his family.
Yeah,
he wants to have more time with his children, which he has every right to be. Yeah, he deserves to be there with his family after spending so many years in the industry.
Yeah.
And I think he deserves. I think I pretty much with what I said with Brian. I think AJ, he's been there for so long. He's done it all. I'm sure his body's beaten to death. I think he deserves a rest.
Yeah. He did have a very good match with Gunther at the Royal Rumble in Saudi, though, and he didn't look like a guy who was slowing down out there. But, I mean, maybe AJ, it's his decision. He wants to retire now, or maybe he doesn't want to be over like an older age and embarrass himself. I don't know how that man deep down feels inside with that, but or if he wants to still wrestle, and if he does, maybe goes in TNA, retires in TNA by around the end of the year. Maybe he wrestles at Wembley for AEW. I don't know what he wants to do. Tony Khan would be foolish to not throw money at AJ Styles to bring him in for at least a cup of coffee. But so I think whatever AJ Styles wants to do, I respect his decision. Whether he wants to stay in WWE, be on a Legends deal, though I don't know if WWE's controlling.
I'm sure they want to keep him.
Maybe WWE wants to keep him away from
AEW.
I don't know.
Want to keep the guy around. I mean, Tony will pretty much offer AJ the world, even if it's for a few matches.
Yeah.
I'm sure TNA would love to have him, wrestle there at least one more time.
Yeah. But whether he stays in WWE, is under Legends deal, goes to TNA, goes to AEW, works New Japan for a little bit, whatever AJ Styles does, I respect his decision. And if he wants to spend time with his family for now, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
So
honestly, what do I think happened with AJ? I think he and WWE get to an agreement on a new deal. I think they'll sign him to a Legends contract.
I could see that.
And I think next year is, he gets in, he retired. If this was indeed his final match ever, and he's never going to wrestle again, he retires in Saudi Arabia. And we see him next year in Saudi Arabia at WrestleMania as a part of the 2027 WWE Hall of Fame.
I agree. I could see that.
Yeah.
Chelsea Green also apparently has some ankle injury. Apparently it's not that bad or something. It was said to be bad, then it's not that bad. And she's still on TV, so I don't think the injury's that serious. Won't waste too much time on that either.
I mean, hopefully she recovers. I mean, I'm glad it's not severely bad, but they don't have her do anything physical until she's 100%.
She was on SmackDown last night in a wheelchair during some backstage segment with her and Alba Fire and Tiffany Stratton. Okay.
Yeah.
But looks like it's not that bad. She should hopefully be back in a while soon. So hopefully the injury's not that bad for Chelsea Green. Moving on. Also about Raw, SmackDown, NXT, Dynamite. I thought with SmackDown last night, it had its moments, had good matches like Trick Williams, Ray Phoenix. Ray Phoenix is a loser, but Trick Williams, Ray Phoenix was good. Triple threat main event, Jacob Fatu, Sami Zayn, Cody Rhodes was good. Triple threat was good, but I didn't like the winner and how Sami was made to look and Drew was made to look, because Drew McIntyre cost Jacob Fatu the match, but then put him through the announce table with a power bomb. But then he claymores Cody. Then he puts Sami on top of Cody. And then referees distracted with Jacob Fatu. Referees gets back to the ring after getting distracted with Jacob Fatu. 1, 2, and then Cody kicks out. Like, what the hell was that? And then Drew is trying to pick Cody up in the corner. And Drew eats a haluva kick. Sami gets crossroads, and Cody wins. I hated that. Ridiculous ending. I hated that.
Yeah, it was overbooked. It didn't need to be.
Drew looked bad. Drew looked stupid, and so did Sami. I
get the premise of what they're going for. Sami has never beaten McIntyre. I mean, I get what they were going for. Sami has never beaten McIntyre. McIntyre, he sees him as an easy target, and he doesn't want to be facing Cody or Jacob. They just could have went about it very differently.
They could have done much better with that. And then Alexa Bliss, Julia, Zelina Vega, Elimination Chamber qualifier. Alexa Bliss won, pinned Zelina. I was hoping Julia won, but Alexa Bliss won. She's going to the chamber. They did tease something with Io Sky and Julia for the women's U.S. title. I know Io Sky's from Raw, but fuck it. And Io Sky, Julia, women's U.S. title, I would not be against that. And honestly, this is what Julia needs. Not Chelsea Green, not Zelina Vega, not Alba Fire, not Nia Jax, not Lash Legend. Io Sky.
Yeah. You want Julia to get over, this is how you do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of whom, Io Sky and Rhea Ripley versus Lash Legend, Nia Jax women's tag team titles. This was sloppy, bro. I don't know how you felt about this. This was sloppy as hell. Wow. Lash Legend, I don't think is ready.
Ended it in a double count.
Yeah, double count out. Non-finish. A non-contest.
Great.
Nia Jax can barely move. Lash Legend is not ready. This was not good. This was sloppy. Big time sloppy.
So what are we going to go now? We're going to get another match between them?
I hope to God not. Please no. Spare me if that happens.
You're going to get it and you're going to love it.
Fuck me if that happens, bro. Please no. I don't want to see that. We got some MFT's 10-man tag against Matt Cardona, Apollo Crews, Ilya Dragunov, Shinsuke Nakamura, and U.S. champion Carmelo Hayes. And I know his this guy right here is holding his head down in shame with the MFTs, still getting TV time, and Johnny Gargano, Motor City Machine Guns, and Fraxium cannot get meaningful TV time, and we have time for the MFTs. Good booking there, Road Dogg. Good booking there. Mediocre wrestlers, MFTs, booked by mediocre former wrestler, Road Dogg. Yeah, Road Dogg. Mediocre wrestler in his prime,
what are
and
we
even a
gonna get
mediocre
booked next week?
writer.
What are we gonna get booked next week? The Wyatt Six against the heel mid card jobbers.
And they're still doing Wyatt Six and MFTs feuding. Why?
Why?
End it already, Road Dogg.
Ended already, Bruce.
Fucking Christ, man. Like,
and they
Road
pinned the
Dogg,
United
man.
States champion.
Like Road Dogg. Mediocre wrestler in his prime in the Attitude Era, and a mediocre writer is Road Dogg. Goes hand in hand, right?
Yeah. And they pinned the United States champion. They had Tama Tonga. Yeah. They pinning Carmelo Hayes. We're gonna be headed towards Tama Tonga.
Yeah. That's exactly what I want to see.
Yeah. We're gonna head Tama Tonga versus Carmelo Hayes now for the United States Championship. Such riveting stuff.
God help us all. And he's not beating Carmelo Hayes, by the way. Yeah. So what is even the point?
The match better be good.
Tama Tonga's a good wrestler. He was good in New Japan. He was a good wrestler in New Japan. I don't care what he did in New Japan.
The match better be good.
And that's because of Carmelo Hayes, and he knows how to carry people, knows how to wrestle. There was one spot, Ilya Dragunov doing some chops to Tongaloa, not phasing him. What the fuck was that? Does Road Dogg really hate Ilya Dragunov? Like, what are we doing?
Sounds like it.
Am I losing my mind here? Like, holy shit. Like, who gives a fuck about Tongaloa?
Camacho.
Yeah, Camacho. Remember him? They used to be with Unico, the fake Sin Cara years ago. Yeah. How well did they work out?
Yeah. Yeah, they were jobbers.
Yeah, jobbers.
And the worst part, the Wyatt Six and MFT storyline is still going on. Unfortunately.
And they're feeding over the lantern, by the way. Gee, riveting television, bro.
Awful. Why are we building feuds around the fucking lantern?
Yeah, yeah, that is such exciting storytelling, man. This is Road Dogg's way of storytelling. Fucking lanterns, objects for stories.
Bray Wyatt is rolling in his grave.
Of the SmackDown creative team and Road Dogg and Bruce Pritchard, folks. The fucking lantern.
Yeah. Bray Wyatt is rolling in his grave, seeing the lantern being stolen and being made into a mockery.
Yeah, moving on from this MFT's garbage. We then had Jade Cargill, Jordan Grace women's title. Jade Cargill retained. I was hoping Jordan Grace would win, but we sadly got Jade Cargill winning. And then Liv Morgan was out ringside watching the match from the commentary desk with Dominic Mysterio, Raquel Rodriguez, and Liv Morgan, Dominic Mysterio. Well, they eat chicken nuggets together. I mean, I like chicken nuggets, but they like ranch. I would probably do like a mayo barbecue chipotle sauce, maybe ketchup or something like that. I don't mind ranch, or I would do sweet and sour. I like my chicken nuggets, but they're addictive, but they're good. But I mean, did Road Dogg take a page out of Mercedes Moné eating a steak dinner, going into All In Texas with Tony Storm, Mercedes Moné?
It's Valentine's Day. Don't disrespect that. It's Valentine's Day. I can give it a pass.
I know, but again, it's hard to not think. Did Road Dogg take a page out of Tony Khan's playbook?
It would surprise me.
Or Bruce Pritchard took a page out of Tony Khan's book, or I'm sure it's either Bruce or Road Dogg. They probably watched that from Dynamite last year and probably wanted to do that. Probably watched Tony do that. That would not shock me at all. But we got Jade Cargill retaining women's title.
In fairness, the match was good.
And that's because Jordan Grace knows how to carry, and pretty much carried Jade Cargill.
Yeah. At least Jade did not. Jade didn't look bad out there.
No. But that was SmackDown last night. It had its moments. It wasn't a worse show, but it was boring. Like the 3
They
hours
teased
dragged.
Aleister Black in a feud with Randy Orton.
They did, but I don't know. At this point, like, has Aleister Black been built up enough yet at this point? No. Is it the time? No. You haven't built him up enough yet to have him in there with Randy at this time. I would not do that right now. Maybe the summer at the end of the year, but I don't know about right now because what we're getting with Cody in the Chamber, I don't want Cody winning the Chamber, but you're gonna have Cody, Drew, and Fatu. They feuded for months. Like, I think Randy Orton in there making it a fatal 4-way for the WWE title at WrestleMania with Orton, Fatu, Jacob, and Cody. With Jacob, Fatu, Cody Rhodes, Drew McIntyre, Randy Orton, I think that would make it better. And that main event's night 1.
Yeah.
Honestly. And stuff like that. But that was SmackDown last night. What?
That was SmackDown.
Yeah. Just the 3 hours just fucking dragged. I think they're supposed to go back to 2 hours in June or July this year. I hope that's true. I cannot take these 3 hour SmackDowns. They feel like 6 hours of anything.
Honestly.
Just boring. It's dragging. And then you had NXT Tuesday. It was all right. I guess it was all right.
Yeah.
Not much happened.
They built the first challenger for Joe Hendry and his NXT title.
They did. They had the thing with Jada Parker and Blake Monroe. Sol Ruka is the new number 1 contender for JC Jane's NXT Women's title. And whenever
the story, with Zarya turning on her.
Yes, whenever that match happens, Zarya will turn on Sol Ruka. It's coming. I think
Zarya's going to cost us Sol the women's championship.
I agree 100% on that. That was pretty much NXT. Not much happened there. And then you had Monday Night Raw. Not much there also. You had Rhea Ripley beat Lyra Valkyria and Ivy Nile in a Elimination Chamber qualifying match. Rhea Ripley predictably won. I predicted her. I was hoping for Lyra, but Rhea won and pinned Lyra. That was sloppy, that match. I don't know about you. That was sloppy. It was a rough thing.
Yeah, there was miscommunications there. I think there was several spots. I think wasn't there like a Rhea had to be Lyra on her shoulder?
Yeah.
And then she dropped her.
Yeah.
And Ivy Nile
looked terrible.
That she landed on Lyra. Like it just was a mess.
I was like, I would be shocked if Lyra doesn't have a concussion.
Yeah, but Lyra, it turns out she's okay.
That's good. Then we had LA Knight qualify for the Elimination Chamber, beating Penta and Austin Theory. He pinned Austin Theory to qualify because of the Masked Man, curb stomping Austin Theory. Now, with this angle right here, it makes me think, I don't know if Braun's going to be back in time for Mania. I don't know if they'd be doing this if Seth wasn't going to be back by Mania.
I know it wasn't Seth who gave Theory the stomp here. It was definitely somebody else.
I think
but it will be revealed soon that it was Seth under the mask.
I agree. I think it will be too. But the fact they had this makes me think Seth is back in time for Mania. Braun Breaker, maybe. I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, but I think Seth makes it back to Mania. Because I mean they're not doing this angle if he wasn't cleared or wasn't close to.
I agree. And LA Knight pin Austin Theory for this to qualify.
What else on Raw? We had the
Javon Evans and El Grande Americano, original Americano Gracias versus the Los Americanos. There was a spot. Holy shit. Javon Evans, the kid is so fucking good. I think it was Rayo Americano, Tyler Bate on one corner turnbuckle, the same side, opposite turnbuckle. Javon Evans, OG cutter, midair, hits it perfectly on Rayo. That was so fucking good. That was like just picture perfect OG cutter. He got really good air. You could not have asked for a better perfect OG cutter than that. That looked fucking beautiful. And Javon Evans is so fucking good. It's just that was probably the best thing of Monday Night Raw.
Yeah,
Was the
like, you have Gable Americano, he's laying in there, and Rayo's going for a splash. Gable rolls out of the way. Rayo jumps, flying nothing, and then he gets hit with the OG cutter. That was a great spot.
That was beautiful, bro. Beautiful. Mwah.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
Chef's kiss.
So they're building towards they're continuing the story, of the original Americano, Gable, against Kaiser Americano,
the imposter Americano. I think this leads to mask versus mask at WrestleMania one of the nights. Yeah. Ludwig Kaiser versus Chad Gable, mask versus mask. The original Americano versus the imposter Americano. Whoever loses that match at WrestleMania has to unmask. Now, Ludwig Kaiser is the second El Grande Americano with the Los Americanos and AAA. They're over and their baby faces there. They're over. More so than the original Americano Chad Gable. I would say now I think both should unmask, but that's just me. But Kaiser is killing it in this Americano role. He's very over with it, and it's working well for him so far. But I would say it's right to have Kaiser keep his mask and unmask Gable, and we should really get the original Americano gone and get Chad Gable back on TV and get him pushed. We really should have Chad Gable back, and have him lose the mask versus mask match to Kaiser at Mania, and Gable gets unmasked. That's what
they never got to conclude the original Americano storyline. No, they never got to conclude that last year because Gable got hurt. Now it's the time to conclude it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Mask versus mask, Kaiser versus Gable, WrestleMania. I think that's one of the matches for WrestleMania on one of the nights.
Yeah,
I think
it's time for Chad Gable to be Chad Gable again.
Yeah. And if they have a draft after Mania this year, which honestly, looking at the state of SmackDown, they desperately need a draft, honestly, or like a transfer window or a draft lottery. Let's move. And now, like, if they ever do a draft again or a draft after Mania this year, which should be, especially look at the state of SmackDown, they need all the help they can get. And really the same roster that WWE's had for at least a couple years now. And if anyone needs a draft at SmackDown, just look at the state of SmackDown now. And if they do have plans for a draft after Mania this year, if they ever do it again, and again, SmackDown needs all the help they can get, why not move Chad Gable to SmackDown with American-made Ivy Nile, the Creed brothers, and Chad Gable to SmackDown, and you have Chad Gable as Chad Gable again. Nice change of scenery. Move him to SmackDown if they do a draft after Mania this year. He's moved to SmackDown. He's in the mid-card, and you could give him the United States Championship.
Like, it's perfect right there, the American-made Chad Gable.
Yeah.
The U.S. champion.
Yeah. If you do Trick Williams and Carmelo Hayes at WrestleMania this year for the U.S. title, if that's the plan, and Trick wins the title, if that happens, and Trick's the U.S. champ is a heel, Chad Gable's on SmackDown as a face because he's a face now as the original Americano. So Gable, if he unmasked, would be a face, right? Yeah. Chad Gable wins the U.S. title by the end of the year. Maybe beats Trick Williams for it by the end of the year. Or beats Carmelo Hayes for it.
I agree.
I think it's about damn time Chad Gable gets some singles gold around his waist. He's too good not to.
He's never won singles gold on the main roster.
No, I think
for all the years he's been there.
It's about damn time that happens, dude.
Absolutely.
And he looks in the best shape of his life. There's no better.
He looks like a fucking tank.
Yeah. Looks fucking jacked, bro. Like, seriously. So, yeah, I would say mask versus mask at WrestleMania. Gable loses the mask to Americano. And we hopefully, and maybe we get a draft this year, we move Chad Gable over to SmackDown. He could use the change of scenery. So, we had that on Raw. We had CM Punk, Finn Balor. That's announced for the Chamber. They had a very good segment on Raw. And I think Finn Balor loses that match, and after their match at the Chamber, Balor's out of the Judgment Day. We get Balor and Dom at WrestleMania for the Intercontinental title. I think that's the direction to go. We also have Dominic Mysterio back on TV as well. Speaking of whom, he was with Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez. They had a segment with Stephanie Vacquer. I will not say what Liv Morgan called Stephanie Vacquer. I won't say it. It's a bad word. I'm not going to say it. Spanish bad word. I'm not going to say it. But we did have this Philadelphia. No, that was 2 weeks ago. But this past Monday, Street Fight was the first Raw.
We had AJ and Becky.
Yeah, that opening segment was not good. It was cringe to listen to. Becky Lynch, I'm liking Becky Lynch's heel work, don't get me wrong, but I think she tried way too hard at this segment on the promo.
Yeah, like, she sees AJ Lee backstage and then she's throwing a hissy fit.
And she's like going crazy talking to AJ Lee. And AJ Lee, man, it wasn't her best promo here either. I know she hasn't been here for a long time, but it just, you got to do better.
They could do better. They can do better.
A lot better. You had Maxine Dupree and Natalia. Oh, joy. Oh, joy.
Exciting.
Double count out finish.
Now we have the AJ Lee comes out. This wasn't because this wasn't the promo on Raw. Was the other thing we see to her. She comes out to save Maxine.
Yep.
And then she gets attacked by Becky after Becky was humiliated.
Man, riveting television.
So what are we gonna get? What are we gonna get on Raw? AJ Lee and Maxine Dupree versus Becky and Natty.
Man, such excitement, bro. We got the World Tag Team title match. The Usos versus Alpha Academy, Otis and Akira Tozawa. Can I say Akira Tozawa is very underrated?
Yeah, he's really good.
He was good in the Cruiserweight Classic.
Yeah, it's good to, they got some shine in there.
Yeah. But I have to say, this was not this good either. Otis I like, Tozawa I like, but Jey Uso, he was fucking up.
There was a spot with there was a super kick spot with him and Otis, and and he didn't even hit Otis.
Jay fucking botched it big time. It looked terrible. I don't know what what drugs or drinking was Jey Uso on here.
Let me guess. He was focusing too much on his entrance again.
Hit my music. Yeet. 4 letters, 1 word. Yeet. That's exactly what Jey Uso was thinking. Because he gets gassed out very quickly after doing 8 minutes of fucking yeet. Holy shit, bro. Like, how do you fuck that up? You botch a super kick spot on Otis. How do you? I don't.
Was this miscommunication? Did Otis was Otis late?
I have no idea, but it looked bad. Let's just say it looked bad. And Usos retained, as I knew they would.
Yeah, no shock there. Let's get them in the ring with the Lucha Bros.
There was no way Alpha Academy was winning those titles. And yeah, Rey Fenix, he's wasting away on SmackDown. Can we get him on Raw and put him with his brother Penta? Get the Lucha Bros back together.
He needs Penta badly.
Give me Lucha Bros and the Usos at WrestleMania. That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
Honestly, because what else do you do with the Usos at WrestleMania?
What, wrestle the New Day?
Please, no one wants to see that. We've been there, done.
God for the New Day.
Yeah. Thank God I changed the channel when I see them. Awful. Or we could do the MFTs versus the Usos. I know nobody wants to see that, but we have them in a tag team title unification match and merge the tag team titles. Have one men's tag team titles again. Have the brand split still, yes, but have one set of men's tag team champions. We don't need 2 divisions with 2 tag team titles for the men. There's no depth in either division for 2 divisions and 2 titles for the men's tag division. So I really think they should unify the titles. The men's tag team titles they should unify.
For real.
There's no tag teams on either show that are not being used, that are not on TV, or no credible teams like, oh, well, the Wyatt 6 and MFTs, they don't count. They don't count.
Their feud is awful.
Oh, but they're still acknowledging them as a tag team. MFTs are fucking garbage.
Yeah.
They're garbage. Wyatt 6, I end this thing with them and no MFTs already, please.
Like, literally, can we move the Wyatt 6 to something better?
I honestly think WWE was better when they had one set of men's tag team titles, honestly.
Maybe if you put the Wyatt 6 with much better teams than feuding them with the MFTs over the fucking Lantern, things would be much better off. Like, why can't we get the Wyatt 6 against Machine Guns? Like the
And
wrestlers in there are good, like Rowan and Gacy,
Yeah.
Dexter Lewis. Like they're good wrestlers. Bo Dallas.
Yeah, but there's just
Or put them in there with I don't know, Angel Garza and Humberto Carrillo. Like what are they?
yeah. Creed brothers, like they really need to restructure their tag division, man. It's awful. Awful. Or we can do Usos versus the Hardy Boys at WrestleMania.
That's another thing. That's another match.
Maybe Usos, New Day, and the Hardys.
Maybe.
Something along those lines. You know, if WWE has this partnership with TNA, they had Joe. If they could have Joe Hendry appear at WrestleMania last year against Randy Orton, so can they do? They can do the same thing with the Hardys. I would say I honestly would not mind that, the Hardys and the Usos. That's one of the biggest matches you could do for the Usos at WrestleMania for the World Tag Team titles, honestly. There's nothing else outside of that. A title unification match and Usos and Lucha Bros. Honestly. And then Dynamite this week. It was a decent show up until the Chris Statlander burial, and then they had Tommaso Ciampa as TNT champion. Wins a TNT title. You would think he'd have a legitimate reign. What happens? Loses it to Mark Briscoe less than 2 weeks after winning the TNT title. Good creative, right?
Or he loses it to Kyle Fletcher.
Kyle Fletcher, sorry.
Yeah, Mark Briscoe. He may as well have lost it to Mark Briscoe.
This
is exactly what's going to happen with the TNT title picture. They're going to hot potato between Fletcher, Briscoe, and Ciampa. You just wait.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. And Dynamite wasn't even that bad of a show up until that point, and then the Statlander-Thekla thing where Thekla won the title. Happy for Thekla, but she's not going to be booked right as champion. Statlander got buried.
Yeah. We already talked about Thekla and all that stuff. Do we need to go over it again?
But do you trust Tony Khan with Thekla as women's champion now that she's champion?
I guarantee she's gonna drop that belt by Dynasty.
Maybe she loses to Mercedes
right now.
Or maybe she loses it to Mercedes.
Yeah, I can bet. Yeah, 2 months is how long Thekla will be champion before she drops it.
Would you be surprised if she loses it to Mercedes Moné? You know, she's been off TV for a while.
Are you even gonna do heel versus heel?
I don't think Tony Khan even knows what he's doing with that at this point. At this point, I don't think he can wait for to put the belt on Mercedes. I think he's probably foaming at the mouth with that.
Yeah, he's probably using Thekla as a transitional champion. That's honestly what Thekla is right now, honestly.
Whereas the transitional champion and Thekla then lose it to Mercedes. Tony Khan thinks it's not as bad as Stat or Tony losing the title to Mercedes, but he thinks it won't be as bad with Thekla losing it to Mercedes. But although we know what Tony Khan's trying to do.
Yeah.
We're not stupid here.
Or Statlander keeps feuding. Or Statlander keeps feuding with the Triangle of Madness. And it goes on forever.
Yeah, it's coming. Don't worry, folks. It's coming.
Yeah, we're gonna get 6 months. We're gonna get like 3-4 months of this.
Adam Carl's predicting it right here in 2 months. Stekla's losing that title. It's coming.
Yeah.
Come April. They have Dynasty in April, right?
Yeah.
It's going to happen. Don't worry.
I mean, it's unfortunate because Tekla's good, but don't put it past him.
Yeah. So that was the highlights of Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and Dynamite for this week.
For Dynamite, we had Kenny Omega and Swerve.
Yes. Or Omega and Andrade.
And we had Omega and Swerve, in a promo.
Yeah.
We're gonna get that match next week. We had Will Ospreay in a video package.
Yes.
We had obviously the Private Party return. Obviously, we already went about it.
Young Bucks are the number one contenders versus FTR. Young Bucks and FTR again.
Oh joy!
Which nobody asked for.
Yeah. Oh joy. Oh, yeah. It gets better. We had.
I'm sure you're very pumped for that match again, bro. For the 13,000th time. FTR versus the Young Bucks.
You know what else? I was also excited. We had the Death Riders, Jon Moxley, Claudio, and Pac against the Don Callis family of Konosuke Takeshita, Josh Alexander, and Mark Davies. Exciting, right?
Very exciting. Said nobody ever. I cannot. I mean, when at this point when the Don Callis family's on, I reach for the remote control and change the fucking channel.
Here's another match we have seen over and over and over again. Here's another feud that has lasted forever. Death Riders and Don Callis family.
A feud that never dies.
God.
And then we move on to the final topic of this episode. WWE apparently in TKO banning watch-alongs in Las Vegas in desperation to sell WrestleMania 42 tickets, and also, according with Fightful, WWE holding a meeting, multi-department meeting regarding WrestleMania 42 ticket sales. Apparently, they have like 36,000 sold out of like 42,000, something of 40,000. They had 60,000 last year, but they're above half of it for this year's tickets sold for this year's Mania, and they're struggling in ticket sales. Well, if you lower the ticket prices, maybe people would want to come, and everything else would be so much better off for it. I honestly feel, I don't know how you feel. I don't know what you guys feel. I don't know if I'm the only one who feels this. I just want to get your opinion on this, guys, and I want to get your opinion certainly on this, Adam Carl. When you raise ticket prices, that also affects the creative.
Sure. So sure.
Honestly, because
I think creative and ticket prices. I mean, if
it's the product you do right now in the high ticket prices, that doesn't okay the product right now if it's high ticket prices. I feel like if you lower prices, I feel like when you do high ticket prices, it puts the pressure on creative to really puts pressure on creative, and because it puts a lot of stress on them. It's like you do high ticket prices and the creatives here, and puts a lot of pressure on the creative team because of the high prices. Puts so much pressure, man. When I think of lower prices, it's less stressful, but because you're charging people like a house more to attend WrestleMania in Vegas for the high ticket price, it's like $800 for tickets and a nosebleeds, and then thousands for two-night combo. The prices are absolutely ridiculous. It's like paying for a house.
Yeah.
We're paying for a car loan. Like, geez. Then you got to think about hotel expenses and plane tickets and the other events you want to do around the Vegas area. It's very expensive. In Vegas, Las Vegas is a very expensive city to begin with. And apparently there's tourist problems, which is also why they have Mania again this year in Vegas. But
honestly, if I could describe a reason, I think not as many people. I think WrestleMania will get still 50,000 people. I think they're still going to be able to.
They're doing now 25% discount till this Monday for a discount on tickets, but you're going to have to do a lot more than that, dude.
Yeah, I think they'll still sell it out ultimately. But honestly, if I could come up with a good reason, honestly, it's the matter, it's not just ticket prices, and they're so ridiculously high. Like, it's like, why? Honestly, I think the people over there in Vegas, in a lot of ways, I think they still got that bad taste from WrestleMania 41.
Yeah.
Because if you also remember as well, those even then those tickets were so expensive.
They were.
Yeah, they were so expensive.
Now they're even more expensive this year.
Yeah, and with the type of show that was put on last year, and after the show that they witnessed last year, I don't think they're gonna be willing to go this year.
I don't blame them.
With even more expensive tickets.
I don't blame them. If you just lower the prices, people would come to the shows and people will watch. And your creative and your product and your television product would be so much better off for it if you just do the right thing and lower the prices. I understand endeavors and so much debt, but fuck that. Like, just lowering prices and letting Triple H do what he needs to do, you'll make your money with all that and pay off your debt. You don't have to handcuff Triple H and raise the ticket prices because you're in so much debt. And that's a TKO board call. The Rock, Ari Emanuel, Mark Shapiro, that's their call with the ticket prices. Triple H just handles the head. He's head of creative, just handles the creative. Yeah. He has nothing to do with the ticket prices. I feel like if it was up to Triple H, he would not have these really expensive fucking tickets. And we can say what you want about Vince being bad for creative, But if there's one thing about Vince that he cared was ticket prices, so families could attend WrestleManias.
Yeah. I mean, the man may have been a piece of shit human being, but even he never had like expensive tickets like this.
He never outpriced the average fan ever, like Endeavor does.
Yeah. Honestly, what Endeavor doing, honestly, is like, you're pricing out families that may want to go to the show.
And Mark Shapiro has the balls to say Vince catered to families too much. He didn't really expand on a goal to expand. We need to really take advantage of making a dollar sign of WWE and money.
Bro, you're gonna make that money.
Tells me Mark Shapiro is out of touch and knows fuck all about wrestling.
Bro, you can make that money just by hosting WrestleMania.
And had WrestleMania stuck to the original plans of being in New Orleans this year, the tickets would be nowhere near pricey as it would be in Vegas, and it's a much more better crowd in New Orleans. And they've not had a Mania in years, and they're very fun, energetic crowd that that's needed. And I feel like the excitement would be a lot better off if they just stuck with New Orleans, and especially ticket prices would not be anywhere near expensive as it would be in Las Vegas. Las Vegas is not a cheap city. It isn't. If they had stuck to the original plan of it being in New Orleans in mid-April this year instead of late April, I really, really feel like if they said that stuck to the original plans with New Orleans, pretty much a guarantee they would not have a problem selling out, and it would sell out no problem instead of struggling to sell tickets.
I still think it was very greedy. It was very greedy that you announced WrestleMania coming to New Orleans, and then months later, you pull WrestleMania from New Orleans and back to Vegas. It's like WrestleMania 41. Like aside, night 2 wasn't bad, but night 1 especially was awful. Aside from that main event, and you had that terrible night 2 main event with Cena and Cody and Travis Scott.
Yeah,
and you want to go back to Vegas, like bro, just admit it was bad. Okay, shit happens. You make next year's edition the best it could be.
And it feels like with Endeavor TKO outpricing the average fan with the expensive WrestleMania tickets.
Honestly, they're going back to Vegas.
Especially with last year's Mania, outpricing the average fan. It feels like celebrities came to last year's Mania who know nothing about wrestling. All the woke fucking celebrities, the D-list, just shitty Hollywood celebrities were all fucking woke that just attended last year's Mania. And there's it just felt lifeless and no reaction. Like they know nothing about wrestling. They don't respect wrestling. They don't respect the wrestling companies. And they're just there for the attention and the clout. That's all it was.
Honestly, they'll go back to Vegas solely for the money, honestly. And honestly, after the type of show up for 41 that they had, and even then with the tickets being expensive, how do you expect those same people to return to Vegas the following year with WrestleMania 41 still fresh in their mind?
And WrestleMania was first in Vegas, WrestleMania 9 in 1993, one of the worst Manias ever.
Oh.
WrestleMania 41 was not good last year. The third time they're in Mania this year. I think after this year, they really need to stay away from Las Vegas.
Honestly, that's what.
And I understand Las Vegas is linked with UFC, but let me tell you something. WWE is not UFC. I feel like TKO and Endeavor are trying to make WWE into something that they're not. They're trying to make them into UFC, and they're not. And WWE is not UFC. But Ari Emanuel, The Rock, and Ari Shapiro don't get that. They don't understand that.
Like wrestling is different from MMA. They have two different audiences, or maybe or there are people that love wrestling and MMA, but there are people that only love wrestling, and there are people that only love MMA. They should not be the same thing. WWE should be its own thing. UFC, it's its own thing.
And you have all the advertisements and the ads on the wrestling mats and the constant commercials.
Honestly, I don't have an issue with that. That's the least of my worries.
But Vince McMahon, I mean, this is the guy who sold the company to his friend Ari Emanuel into Endeavor and TKO. I honestly feel the company did not need to be sold at all. I know Triple H has played it safe and creative the past year, but I really feel, and this is how I personally feel overall, I feel when Triple H and Stephanie were in charge in late 2022, when Endeavor had absolutely nothing to do with it, that's when I think it was good. Yes, Triple H just played it safe the past year, but I feel like late 2022, Triple H and Stephanie were running things solely, no Endeavor involved whatsoever, late 2022. And Triple H had no bosses to answer to. He wasn't handcuffed. He could do what he needed to do. And it was good under him and Stephanie.
At least creatively. I don't
What?
think he's on the board. Yeah, he was, he only in charge of the creative side.
I'm just an employee there. I really feel like right now he's being handcuffed. I really do. Like, he can't do what he needs to do. And the fact that Rock's on the board and he wants his Samoans pushed. Honestly, Rock in a company or business or organization is a bad look. Rock just gives a lot of bad press. And didn't he ruin 3 franchises and he ditched out because he couldn't handle the fucking heat?
Yeah.
And Rock in a company is it's a bad look.
And Mark Shapiro, Ari Emanuel, they're calling on him to sell extra tickets for the Chamber, like in Toronto.
And because they're in a lot of debt, and I feel like they're handcuffing Triple H. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do this. You can't push this one. You got to push that one. And Vince was the one who sold the company to Ari and TKO and Endeavor. It was never about selling the company. And I feel like Vince McMahon selling to Endeavor was a big FU to Triple H and Stephanie McMahon, his own daughter, when the company didn't need to be sold. The company was just fine under Triple H and Stephanie with no Endeavor involved whatsoever. Endeavor having absolutely nothing to do with it. And Stephanie McMahon is not in WWE right now or in TKO or any which way. She does her podcast stuff. I really feel like Stephanie McMahon, like I feel like when she quit, when her own father drove her to quit 3 years ago, the WWE went with her. Honestly, Triple H could only do so much, but I mean, he gets criticized rightfully so, because I mean, I don't know how much power he really has in creative in terms of like, he has bosses to answer to, and Ari and Shapiro and Rock doesn't like Triple H, and I think there's some power struggle with Rock and Triple H. I feel like if you give Triple H no guidelines, you don't handcuff him, let him do what he needs to do. Like Triple H, he's played it safe the past year, but I don't think Triple H is worse than Vince, and he's not bad at his job. If you give Triple H 0 guidelines, you don't handcuff him, and you just let him be allowed to do what he needs to do to give the best product he can, recipe for success. Like when you handcuff him, like you see, like I feel like when he was with Stephanie, no TKO, that was much better. When Endeavor had absolutely nothing to do with it, and Triple H had 0 bosses to answer to, and Stephanie was there. And the fact that Stephanie McMahon is not in the company right now is not a good thing. Like I feel like if Stephanie McMahon, and even Darwish and Adam Carl talked about this a while ago, and he agreed, like, I don't know if Endeavor wants to sell. I don't want the Saudis taking it because, Endeavor probably sell the Saudis. God forbid Endeavor and Rock admit they're wrong, but I could probably see Endeavor wanting to sell. I don't know if Vince wants the company. I hope not. But I talked with Darwish. What if Stephanie McMahon, she's not in the WWE at all anymore right now. She's an outsider. If Stephanie McMahon wants to buy the company back, get them away from TKO and Endeavor, and Triple H has no bosses to answer to. Because I feel like with The Rock, Ari Emanuel is The Rock's boss, but I feel like Ari just lets Rock walk all over him and take advantage of him. Whereas with Stephanie McMahon, Rock can't walk all over Stephanie. And Rock can't would not be able to tell Stephanie no. I feel like Stephanie McMahon back in WWE in a meaningful role would help a lot. Because I feel like WWE went with her when her own father drove her to quit 3 years ago. I don't know how you feel about that.
I think the years of 2023 and 2024, they were still good.
Because, I feel like Endeavor the past year got more hands-on.
Yeah, I think those years, we cannot ignore them.
I know.
And say no, Triple H was handcuffed. I think he was way more hands-on with those years. I think 25, though. No, that was his worst year, creatively. It wasn't bad, but I would say, if I were to describe it, I would say it was mid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just I feel like he's.
I think they just
truly
need to let him
content.
do his job and make the best possible product. And hopefully,
But-
with this year's WrestleMania, hopefully, it turns out much better than last year.
Like, do we really need Dwayne? No, I think Dwayne there is a bad look.
Like, we don't need him there.
If The Rock
That'd
would
be just
care
fine,
more about his Hollywood movies, his failing Hollywood movies, than he does pro wrestling. Rock doesn't even respect the wrestling business, and I'm being very real. Dwayne The Rock Johnson doesn't respect the wrestling business. He's just there for the money because Black Adam failed, and his Hollywood movies are shit, and he's not that Hollywood star, that big, great Hollywood star he once was. And he can't take that.
Yes,
We don't need Rock anymore, and we don't need Rock to come back and fuck up plans and just throw everything upside down. It's chaos when he's there.
Yeah, you're building up storylines for him that you don't even know if he'll be committed or not.
Yeah, and he shows up when he feels like it, and he thinks he's on the board. He's immune from criticism. He's not. Unbelievable. I feel Triple H is being handcuffed once again. If you let Triple H just do what he needs to do, you'll get a good product. Because I feel like, yes, he's played it safe the past year, and that's on him, and he's going to get rightfully criticized. However, but at the end of the day, I do feel like for the most part, he's being very handcuffed. He can't do what he really needs to do. What he wants on television. All Endeavor thinks about is money signs of who makes them money. That's all they think about, and it's sad. And then the TKO and WWE banning watch-alongs in Las Vegas as desperation to sell WrestleMania 42 tickets. Yeah. I don't think that's going to work out well at all either. So, yeah. I just hope with WrestleMania this year, I don't know. Struggling to sell tickets. If you just put on better job creatively, get Bruce Pritchard, Road Dogg, people like them out, and just put on better creative, and you just lower ticket prices, you won't have problems selling at WrestleMania. And if you just stuck with the New Orleans plans, WrestleMania this year, New Orleans, if it was originally planned and stuck to the plan, they would have definitely sold out, zero problem whatsoever. So that is what I will say on all that. To conclude, episode 12 of Forbidden Podcast on FioriousNation on YouTube. So, yeah, they should have stuck with the plans and stuck with New Orleans, and they would have had zero problem selling out this year's WrestleMania. After this year, they really need to stay away from Las Vegas and WrestleMania.
Yeah, for real.
They're going to be in Saudi next year. I expect that to be bad. We need a good WrestleMania this year because I expect next year's Mania to not be good.
Yeah.
Because of Saudi.
I think
ultimately, go ahead.
And ultimately, I think they'll still sell out, but they need to lower the prices.
And they need something like a big story. That's what they need. They're missing story right now. They have Roman and
so
Punk,
far, it's only Punk and Reigns. I think once they announce more matches, maybe, attendance will go up for this year's Mania.
I don't know. And Roman's supposed to be on Raw 5 times out of 7 coming out of the chamber, which I think is good.
Yeah, I think that will help a lot.
Yeah, where we should have got this with John Cena last year, but we didn't. That certainly didn't help whatsoever at all. So I'm hoping, I know it's 2 months away. Right now, I'm not feeling the WrestleMania excitement. I know it's 2 months away, but not feeling anything right now. I'm really, really hoping that changes coming out of the Elimination Chamber. I really, really do. I'm not holding out much hope right now, but we will see what happens. But they really got to do something, man. They really need something that's gonna be the arm shot of a gentleman right in the ass. That's what they fucking need more than anything. Hopefully that comes at the chamber and after the chamber. I'm not holding my breath though, but they really, really need something right now, big time.
For real, absolutely.
So just lower your prices and don't handcuff your head of creative. Especially lower your prices. If especially you just lower your prices, people will watch and people will come to the shows, and your television product overall as a whole be much better off for it. I'm telling you right now. But apparently they won't lower prices. But as of now, it said TKO's not going to lower the prices. I'm not surprised because they're fucking greedy. It says as of now they're not yet. Hopefully that changes and they do lower prices eventually. They can't just ignore this forever. They're going to have to eventually lower the prices. You know, people want to go to the shows, but it doesn't help when you outprice the average fan. At some point, they're going to have to listen and just lower prices. I swear to God, you lower the prices, I'm telling you, your product is going to be so much better off if you just lower prices and do the right thing. That's what needs to be done. And that concludes episode 12 of Forbidden Podcast for Valentine's Day edition of Forbidden Podcast, episode 12, bro.
That's the longest one that we've ever done.
Over 4 hours, man. Damn. So yeah, not on Saturday nights, 8 a.m. Little rough doing it 8 a.m. Well, if it stays 8 a.m. Saturday nights, we're not sure yet. It's just a little test run. See how it goes. But hope you guys enjoyed today's show, and we appreciate you showing up here on Valentine's Day for episode 12 of Forbidden Podcast. Hit the like on the video and subscribe to Furious Nation. And thank you once again, guys, for the 250 subscribers. It is greatly appreciated. I cannot thank you enough. And when you subscribe to Furious Nation, also hit the bell for all notifications. Also helps in the channel and the YouTube algorithm. So go do that. FiorioNick579 over X on X, and then Adam Carl 2005 on X as well. And Nicholas Fiore 2014 Instagram, Furious Nation on TikTok. Though I don't use TikTok. Facebook, Nicholas Peard, Fiore Peard 31. Adam Carl. Any other words before we get the hell out of here?
I don't have anything else to say really, apart from saying, have a good day, look after yourselves, happy Valentine's Day, and hold your loved ones.
Yep, do something nice for your loved ones today. Whether you go out to dinner, make a cake, something. Do something for your loved ones, man. If maybe get some flowers, some chocolates, something like that. Most of all, spend the most quality time today with your loved ones and love them. So, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Thank you guys so much for showing up here. You guys are awesome with this live stream. And we will see you here next week for episode 13, lucky number 13, episode of Forbidden Podcast next week here on the channel on YouTube. Happy Valentine's Day. Once again, enjoy the rest of your day. We will see you guys next week for episode 13. Peace.